you a fucking liberal?
Hello everyone, how are we all? Want to place bets on if this turns out to be a vibe check? I have no idea what that means, but okay. Hi Daedalus. What game is this from? That's not from a game. That's actual music, not fake game music, because music in games isn't real. What was the music then? Hang on, let me find it for you. I don't want to tell you what the music is, then you won't come to my channel to listen to it. It's Randall D. Standridge's Deus Ex Machina. Hello, postmodernist. Hello, Connor. Are you gonna stay bald to grow your hair back? My hair's already growing back. I was never bald, I just shaved it really low. I just looked bald. We'll see. We'll see how it grows back. If it's like, then just thank God I've got that, oh. Echo. Am I echoing? I should not be echoing. Hang on. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I think I know what's going on. Oh, no echo for you guys? Okay, so yeah, you probably have the stream open in 2 places. Damn it, Zoshalix. Okay, you guys gotta confirm with each other first, otherwise I freak out. Yeah, I blame you personally, Zoshalix, it's okay. God, you had me almost, rewiring everything here. Alright, well, welcome everyone to this Feast of Pain. This is my 2nd time going through this. Technically, sort of my 3rd time. I haven't gone through the whole thing yet, but I watched Demon Mama's coverage last night, which was... Her coverage was great. The thing we're covering, oh boy. I was so offended by it, I went to do a little bit of digging on stream into what else she is up to, what's her background, what's she, and... you know what she is? Kidology, I mean. Typical undergraduate who thinks they're a genius. I don't hate her. Feel a bit bad for her, honestly. She seems to have come from a fairly unprivileged background. She's struggled in school. Was probably very proud of herself at one point for, you know, taking an interest in some really hard material. Or hard for that stage. Didn't get along with classmates or university staff. Probably on classist grounds, if I had to guess. And, just didn't make it. And she's managed to scratch out a living through natural charisma, which she does actually have quite a bit of. Doing, what really is pseudo-intellectual work, but it's really hard to tell the difference at that stage, isn't it? On the internet. And, the problem here is, when you get monetarily rewarded for doing bad work, something really sad happens. You now become anchored in monetarily to not changing your tune and not growing outside the comfort zone of your audience. So, my running assumption here is that this person's just kind of gone anyways. Because, you know, people who take in far less income from this kind of thing are well, we've seen examples of people like that recently. I don't think this person is hateful or malicious. I think they're just kind of being tugged along. Which doesn't change anything, unfortunately. If they're pernicious and they're arrogant and they're thoughtless and they won't reflect, they won't take pains to make sure that what they're putting out into the world isn't worse instead of better, then you can't waste energy giving those people the special treatment. It just doesn't work. It's just how it is, unfortunately. But yeah. Anyways, that's what we're doing. We are looking at Kidology's video, Kindly Do Better. To which my retort is, Kidology, kindly don't. Well, hold on to your butts.
The left needs to up its game. The left
oh god, the left needs to turn down its volume. Why is this so loud? Hang on, let's fix this. Okay.
In territory, and by that I don't mean toward territory of Napoleon Bonaparte, the Emperor of France. I mean,
okay, dear God, let's start from the beginning.
The left needs to up its game.
The left needs to up its game. Are we going at normal speed? Yes, we are. Okay.
Left are heading toward Napoleon territory.
The left are heading toward Napoleon territory.
And by that, I don't mean toward territory of Napoleon Bonaparte, the Emperor of France. I mean Comrade Napoleon, the Berkshire boar from Orwell's Animal Farm. Animal Farm started off as a dream, a vision of a world all but free of human beings. This world would be one where no animal must tyrannize over his own kind. Weak or strong, clever or simple, we are all brothers. All animals are equal. The intention was bright, glistening in the opening chapter of Orwell's novella. However, we all know the ending. And this is an ending which, regrettably, I'm increasingly seeing repeat itself.
I forgot that Napoleon hosted Sunday meetings.
Among those whom purport to be on the side of progress, on the side of equality, and on the side of visionaries. The left.
The tendency to convert concrete issues into ideological problems, to invest them with moral color and high emotional charge, is to invite conflicts which can only damage a society.
Okay, so, right off the bat, the left is going into the territory of Napoleon from Animal Farm. Very long story short, excuse me, very long story short, in Animal Farm, the animals take over a farm from the farmers, and they organize for their own benefit. It's a very clear analogy to class society, class conflict. The pigs end up running the show, as they did before, and that's important for other reasons I won't get into here. The previous sort of conservative later old major before he dies is and his death of course like precipitates the revolution. Point is, pigs are running the show. They run into complications. They themselves have appetites. They're greedy. They enjoy their power, and as it turns out, managing a farm is really difficult. So they fall into the ways of the farmers before them and eventually become basically like the humans, even wearing their clothes, etc. And it's a pretty clear analogy with being corrupted by the trappings of the institution which a revolutionary inherits after the insurrection. The analogy here would be something along the lines of Hassan bought a house, or Democrats end up, despite their socialist pretensions, cases like AOC, yada, yada, they end up being basically the same as the people they were replacing in the first place. We aren't going into Napoleon territory, to be clear, by being strident, insofar as we are. We aren't going into Napoleon territory by overemphasizing, as she might claim later in this video, certain causes over others. We aren't entering into Napoleon territory for basically any of the things she's going to cite in this video. As far as I can ascertain, the only reason why she brings up Napoleon is because this is basically a mythopoetic ideal of a fallen leftist. And that's basically it.
So why am I making this video? Well, I would say that there's two reasons. The first being that I believe that historically and presently, the left has substantial...
And by the way, Orwell, fantastically interesting writer, has been abused to hell by centrist / veiled conservative pundits who are desperate for some kind of, like thing with paper in the middle to bolster their images as, intellectually serious.
Potential. I think this is purely in the fact of what the left stands for. The left stands for innovation, for progress, not just technological and economic progress, but importantly, social and moral progress.
You can tell because when you go to the leftist club, it says those things on the sign.
There is among the left an appreciation that change is inevitable, but that isn't something which we should be fearful of. It isn't something which we should cower away from, but should rather embrace and confront. It is no coincidence that throughout modern history, intellectuals, philosophers, public intellectuals, profound thinkers and writers have overwhelmingly been left-leaning. It is also no coincidence why, when it comes to the most memorable, the most outstanding art and creativity, an expression of oneself, we see overwhelmingly yet again that these individuals are minorities, that they are often individuals who have lived in oppressive situations and societies, that they tend to lean toward more revolutionary thinking or toward more evolutionary thinking, that they are anti-establishment, that they are anti-tradition, that they often forge an identity of their own that goes contrary to the the status quo. I think, for instance, historically, this is why the Jewish diaspora has done so exceptionally well in the arts and in many a sphere of modern life, and why, overwhelmingly, the Jewish diaspora is left and liberal leaning. I'm not going to go over what.
Is that a fact? I'm not entirely clear how one would determine this, but I don't know if that's true. They're definitely like noteworthy Jewish leftists, but I don't know why you would characterize the Jewish diaspora as inherently left-leaning. I always thought most practicing Jews were actually pretty conservative overall. But it's a weird. This is just a weird thing to put your finger on, you know? It's just weird. See, the content of that sentence is benign. It may be sociologically or historically wrong. I just don't know, but it seems benign. Most of the Jewish thinkers I'm familiar with are not radically left-leaning. There's a lot of like really notable liberals, like Hannah Arendt comes to mind. But where it's a little strange is that it juxtaposes two things that I really don't like being close together, that set off red flags for me. A description of the left as being too open and tending, in like Curtis Yarvin's language, to enemy. And a super progressive Jewish elite representing that tendency towards enemy. That looks you know? I'm not saying she's doing that, but she's not far off. And that would certainly elicit a nod from a certain crowd.
What I mean by left, liberal, and right here, that will be included in the description box down below for you to read at your own leisure, because I think we all have our understanding, broadly speaking, of this, and so I don't want to keep going over this concept and these
I mean, case in point, actually, like, I mentioned Hannah Arendt earlier. Who I didn't mention was Leo Strauss. This guy is not left-leaning. Leo Strauss is Jewish, right? I'm almost certain he is. Let me double check. I'm drawing a blank here. I'm certain. I'm certain. German American, born in Germany, Jewish parents. Yeah, he's Jewish.
Concepts. But I would say that based on the traditional and conventional definition of leftist politics and its more liberal tenets, we can pretty much say that progress is something that we largely...
Slow down, cowboy. Liberal tenets? What now?
I mean by left, liberal, and right here, that, and why overwhelmingly the Jewish diaspora is left and liberal leaning. I'm not going to go over what I mean by left, liberal, and right here. That will be included in the description box down below.
All right, to the description box. We're going on an adventure. Here we are. The occasion for the title of this stream. The political spectrum. Oh wait, sorry, up here. A note of caution. Just in case you were wondering, I am apolitical. I'm going to talk about political topics. I'm going to stake out a political position. I'm going to be critical of political people in a very public venue, but I'm apolitical. Just in case you were wondering, I am apolitical. I do stay very politically informed, primarily due to my own curiosity and interest. However, I do not participate in politics, nor vote strategically. She votes astrategically, I suppose. This is purely because of my context. I am a minority, with very little socio-political power, yet my human rights are sufficiently protected under EU and international law. I don't know what she thinks international law is, but it is not that. I am not conservative nor right-wing. I am anti-neoliberalism, as it manifests itself contemporarily. How old she thinks neoliberalism is, I am a little bit curious, but I can appreciate its theoretical value. The theoretical value of neoliberalism. Neoliberalism, of course, being well known for its rich intellectual heritage. Perhaps someday, or due to circumstance, I will engage in politics. Perhaps someday. However, at this point in my life, I do not care for it. This video is purely analytic. Please do remember that. I adore you all, lefties and righties, like, aw. We looked at this on the stream last night. Definitions, here we are. The political spectrum. This is based purely on theory regarding North America and Northern Europe. Neoliberalism, for instance, historically is more to the right. However, I would argue that its prevalence since 1979 has shifted its ideas and appeal more center-left. Okay. So the left. The left encompasses political ideologies centered on egalitarianism and social equality. Examples: social equity via social reform. Influenced by critical theories of society and socio-political identities. A belief in relatively expansive government role, I think she meant governmental role, and influence in achieving social progress. This is a right-wing talking point that the left is obsessed with simply growing government. This is not true. For instance, there are going to be a lot of anarchists on the left that are very much in favor of more dispersed forms of governance that do not entail an expanded central authority. The right, political ideologies that place civil rights and liberties, at the center of decision-making. The civil rights movement was right-wing, I suppose. Minimal government intervention in the lives of individuals / families / federal states / communities. The Nazis and the fascists in Italy were known, of course, for their hands-off approach to governance. An observance of natural laws regarding morality, social hierarchy, an observance of natural laws. So is she staking out a position that natural law exists? Regarding morality, social hierarchy based on merit. Also, there are right-wingers who don't believe in natural law, and there are right-wing atheists and amoralists and whatnot. Morality, social hierarchy based on merit / divine rights / tradition / history. Social hierarchy, okay. To direct and order society and culture / anti-communism. Okay, so, points to her. Political ideologies that place civil rights and liberties at the center of decision-making. Minimal government intervention. And up here... So does she regard liberals as just... I guess she regards them as centrist, because they both encompass political ideologies centered on egalitarianism and social equality, as well as placing civil rights and liberties at the center of decision-making, and minimal government intervention. Although that's not like a necessity for liberal political thought, that's pretty consistent with it. So that's interesting. So a centrist under this theory is not a centrist by dint of being actually in the center. They're the center by dint of being in the middle of a Venn diagram. Let's look at this political spectrum. Here, let's recenter this a little bit and make this bigger. There we are. Hoo boy. So we have a political spectrum in the middle with yeah, I give up. Anyways. Dear God. Well, we now know that when she says left and right, she means the right and the right's caricature of the left.
For you to read at your own leisure, because I think we all have our understanding, broadly speaking, of this, and so I don't want to keep going over this concept. And
you know what? After this, we'll look at the political spectrum thing again, because I want to analyze that a little bit more and figure that out, but Oh my god, it's just like, it's too busy.
These concepts. But I would say that based on the traditional and conventional definition of leftist politics and its more liberal tenets, we can pretty much say that progress is something that we largely associate with left or liberal politics. And so that is my first reason for making this video. The left has great potential, as we can see from its historical figures.
The left has great potential, as we can see from its historical figures.
And its place in history. And this leads to the second reason why I'm making this video. And this is the belief that the left is wasting this potential.
We are a young species, but we have potential.
And has kind of turned on itself in a way which is in no way conducive to everything that the left could be, and I believe ought to be, as a position, as a political and socio-economic position for people to follow.
Okay. The left-right divide originates in the French Revolution. This is not important because the left and the right are now defined in their content by reference only to the French Revolution. The left and the right obviously encompass a whole host of different things than what people are concerned with then and there. However, the crucial distinction is that the people on the left wanted an opening up of politics and inclusion and of a breakdown of old structures that were ossifying, while the right wanted the maintaining of those. And so when we're talking about what stances the left takes, that's meaningless in present day. What you have to look at is attitudes towards social progress and development and expansion and experiment that are open to those, versus one that is reflexively closed to it. And that doesn't mean that to be a leftist you have to be open to every single instance, but it means as a general tendency, your attitude is to be willing to allow, at the very least in conception, experiments and movements away from that which has been previously established. If you're on the right, typically you are referring back to something that hasn't been established, that has already been established before, either a return to or a rejuvenation of. So for example, neo-reactionaries technically want a state of affairs that has never taken place on this earth, but what it refers to in fact, or what it would be in fact, is an intensification of institutions that are long established already.
To embrace, to identify with. I do think it's important to preface this video by saying that the left has great potential.
Sunday, check the definitions in the description, but not the primary sources. Primary sources? For what? There are no primary sources here. Oh, here we go. Primary sources are fully referenced at the video. Okay. Wait a minute. So for primary sources, there's a podcast featuring Andrew Tate and the Nelk Boys. Women's Hour featuring Hadley Freeman. Hadley Freeman, who I believe was I think she resigned because she was making defenses of turf stuff. Unheard. FINA's updated policy on trans men and women competing at a professional level. Right. How the left helped make Andrew Tate popular by Vosh. And the Vice debate. Just the one, apparently. These are primary sources. This video's an hour and 10 minutes long, and your primary sources are some podcasts and a debate. And for some reason, there's a list of equipment here. Why? I mean, that's useful for me. I will definitely be looking at this list here. I just don't know why it's there. Alright. Well, we've looked at the primary sources. Thank you, Socialix.
That I am rooting for the left, but that I am, for the reasons which I'm about to list, not a leftist, and likely will not be a leftist. But I think as human beings, all we have is faith and hope. And I have faith and hope in humanity, and that includes people on the left. And therefore, I think that this video is more so my trying to advise, or more so trying to put forward an alternative form of critique that isn't critique with the intent of putting down and promoting the other side or another side or argument. But
the unearned air of authority here is grating like nothing else. So she's saying, I think the left has potential. I judge it to be so. I will not be a leftist. So sorry. But I'm rooting for you. I think you can see the light. You have what it takes, kiddo. Just immensely condescending from a position of who does she think she is the immediate thought that comes to mind as I'm listening to this.
But more so the kind of critique that is important in any political discourse and context. Coming together with our different opinions and perspectives and taking on board the criticism from outsiders, taking on what others are saying in order to...
Here, slow down. Let's hear that again.
Put forward an alternative form of critique that isn't critique with the intent of putting...
Wait, so she's putting forward an alternative form of critique.
Not a leftist, and likely will not be a leftist. But I think as human beings, all we have is faith and hope. And I have faith and hope in humanity, and that includes people on the left. And therefore, I think that this video is more so my trying to advise, or more so trying to put forward an alternative form of critique.
An alternative form of critique. We're inventing a new form of critique. We, in our stream last night, we went over some of her educational or reading influences, I suppose, and she said, like, there were a few things that were kind of noteworthy about it. But what stood out were she does not abide by a philosophy per se, whatever she takes that to mean. However, she follows hermeneutics, which is the methods of interpretation, usually textual. She says she likes Gadamer, and she says she reads Hobbes before bed every night, or something like that. Dear God. A new form of critique. That's pretty radical if indeed she can introduce a new form of critique. However, I have a sneaking suspicion that by a new form of critique she means, hey guys, you should be nicer to TERFs and Nazis. And that's literally all it's going to amount to. Is you need to allow a little bit of Richard Spencer to be sprinkled in. You know. Just that's the salt of the earth, apparently.
That isn't critique with the intent of putting down and promoting the other side or another side or argument, but more so the kind of critique that is important in any political discourse and context. Coming together with our different opinions and perspectives and taking on board the criticism from outsiders, taking on what others are saying in order to improve and better ourselves.
Leftists, of course, famously do not do this, which is why the writings of people like Carl Schmitt, for example, are never taken up by leftists. The works of people like Augustine are never taken up by leftists. Who else? Let's go down the list. Hegel, never taken up by leftists. Robert Michel, never taken up by leftists. Who else have we got here? You see what I mean? Like, leftists in academia are working through conservative or right-wing material tirelessly. It's actually like one of the principal things you engage with insofar as you're working on a critical project. What are you criticizing? What are you critiquing? If you're an anarchist like James C. Scott, you're concerning yourself very much with a really careful and deep analysis of precisely those ideas which are opposite one which takes the state to not be an essential part of the world. I don't know what she's talking about. It wouldn't make any sense. Who would leftists be critiquing if they didn't engage with the other side?
So that is where this video is coming from. Am I filming this video on Christmas
That was deeply disturbing.
Day? 1000% yes. There is no rest for the wicked. I was rather sad to read a few days ago that a columnist who I follow quite regularly, who writes for The Guardian, Hadley Freeman, has resigned. Hadley Freeman is a columnist. She's a writer, an author, and also a journalist of American British descent. She's been writing for The Guardian for well over 22 years, and I've been reading her since she wrote purely about fashion and then moved on to writing more about social and political issues. I was pretty surprised to hear that she had resigned, because she is sort of the creme de la creme of The Guardian and everything that it tends to stand for. An appreciation of identity politics, of diversity, of our changing world, an appreciation for progress, criticism of elites, as well as feminism, particularly third wave. I guess in a way we could say that we're heading toward fourth wave feminism. And she writes incredibly well. Even though I don't agree with her on a lot of things, I still can appreciate that she is an exceptional journalist. And so the reasons for her resignation that I heard on Woman's Hour was truly shocking.
You are saying that you specifically were not allowed to write about this. Are you saying others were and you weren't?
No, I was specifically not allowed. I was specifically told by upper management that I wasn't allowed to write about gender stuff in about 2018, 2019, I think. And others weren't either. I know of multiple reporters who asked if they could interview, for example, Maya Forstater during her case, Alison Bailey, Jess DeWalls. I asked about interviewing J.K. Rowling and Martina Navratilova, and we were all told no. Meanwhile, you know, the paper ran these...
Here's why. Because you have a lot of people who are trans in your readership. And what they will see when they read you talking about gender stuff, referring to Freeman. It's Freeman. I keep thinking I'm making a mistake and talking about Half-Life. They'll read something like this. I know some people think I'm on the wrong side of history because I believe my gender is a feeling and my biology is a fact. This is known as a gender-critical belief, and it is protected under the Equality Act. Nonetheless, I've lost at least a half-dozen friends over this, mainly from the US, but also in the UK, friends who have told me my beliefs are transphobic, even when I tell them that I support everyone's right to live the way they want. I'm just going to use my soapbox to tell them they're delusional and that they should be treated for mental illness by the state or something.
long glowing profiles of trans activists such as Monroe Bergdorf and Paris Lees and Fred McConnell, and I'm proud to have worked at a paper that spotlit marginalized people.
Yeah, essentially, she got an editor-level ban on TERF stuff.
Like that. I just don't understand. Well, I do understand, but it infuriated me that feminist campaigners such as Julie Bindel, who I also pitched to interview when her book came out, and J.K. Rowling were basically shut out from the paper. I know that upper management, say, well, both sides are equally passionate. It's very hard to balance both the gender activists and, what people call gender.
Here, what's this thing she's got on the screen? I don't know if that's quite true. So, true anymore, I've tackled some highly controversial subjects in my time, from Israel to most controversially the ugliness of combat trousers, so I'm no stranger to heated debate. But where once people could argue with one another and then go out for a drink, now it feels as if people just argue. A difference of opinion becomes a seismic breaking of alliances, and certain subjects are verboten in social situations. Nobody would give a shit if she had a conversation with a friend in a pub in which she was like, I'm not sure I buy all this trans stuff. Why? First of all, because that's perfectly healthy. It's perfectly fine for people to have conversations about this stuff one-on-one in a private venue with each other, where you can hash this stuff out in a responsible manner, and there aren't social consequences down the line from doing so on a soapbox to thousands and thousands and thousands of people who are receiving it in God knows what way, who cannot reply to you in a timely manner, or if at all. The issue here is not with her having banned opinions. The issue here is with her publishing opinions hostile to an entire category of citizen, and more importantly, reader, with piss poor reasoning behind it. It's just the assertion of her personal prejudice. She's not taking part in a carefully managed debate about the issue. There's no real capacity for the average person to retort, so she's using a tremendous amount of social power that other people do not have, specifically the people she's targeting, to target people, and amidst already widespread persecution of them.
Gender critical feminists, I call reality based feminists. But the fact is, only one side in that argument demands censorship. I have no problem, and never had any problem, with Guardian interviewing and spotlighting, trans activist books, but I was not allowed, and nor was anyone else allowed to interview gender critical feminists.
She's the main character, you see. So the Guardian talking to trans activists and talking about trans positive books, that's extreme. That's venturing forth into new and uncharted territory. And they're showing their hand for how corrupt and ideologically slanted they are, because they're not allowing her, the main character, Harry Potter, to weigh in.
Or
But
feature gender critical.
There are some. I
There's
suppose
one.
that's the point.
Kathleen.
And I did read an interview with Maya, but I think
In
that
The
was
Observer.
In The Observer. And we should say, just again, if you're not familiar with the media world, The Observer is edited by a different editor.
Yeah,
that's
it
right.
is. It's edited by a different editor.
Okay.
Alongside Hadley, another journalist and feminist writer, Sarah Dittam, has also announced that she is leaving The Guardian and is now going to be writing for The Sunday Times. I've additionally
Sarah Dittam. Leaving Guardian. We gonna give a reason for that, or? Well, primary sources, what has she got? No mention. All right.
seen a lot of these writers that I've referenced writing for a rather unknown publication, which is purely online, called Unheard. I've been reading Unheard for about a year now, and I find it incredibly interesting because there are quite literally journalists.
This is the only opinion-based platform that I've seen where left and right-wing writers coexist. Let's take a look at this, shall we? Unheard. Think again. Let's see. Here. Pop that up there, pop that there, boom, boom, boom. Alright. Wait, no, that's the wrong one. I want... There we go. Okay. Oh, there's two of me. That's no good. Alright, that's better. Alright, Unheard. What have we got here? How the Davis elite took back control. Why America will never give up on war. Nice. Spain too late to apologize for fascism. Now, we created a self-hating generation. Children can't be trusted to choose an identity. Interesting. The scientific case against face masks. Tate criticized for drag queen story hour children's readings. What? The Brits go gender neutral and women disappear. The latest reason to change your gender, child custody. So it does appear to have, like, a fair spread of liberal and right-wing positions. It also appears to have a very decided... Oh, Ian Hercieli. It has a decidedly high concentration of quote-unquote gender-critical or TERF pieces. Hmm. Well,
from every single side of the political spectrum, individuals who are religious and writing from a religious perspective, and individuals who are atheists and writing from an atheistic perspective, and they all come together to write exceptional pieces and articles. And
so this has left and right-wing perspectives, if you count people who are liberal as left-wing, which you shouldn't. Because if the left is an attitude of progress and of experimentation, of an opening up of existing institutions, a political side that is attached to the prevailing political institution, which is the liberal state, is conservative. They're not left-wing.
essays. I would highly recommend subscribing to and reading Unheard. This video is not sponsored by them. I'm purely saying this because I am a huge fan, and I think it is very, very important for us to really find journalists and journalistic writing that doesn't just reinforce our preconceived biases and our preconceived prejudice and opinions. When I saw that Hadley and Sarah had left The Guardian, it made me think about why individuals may be skeptical of, or...
Well, hang on, let's find Sarah Dimmitt, or Didham. Not Dimmitt, Didham. Sarah Didham. Sunday Times. So she runs a blog called The Talks Report. Issue, I guess post 19 is Body Talk. What are you allowed to say and think about how women look? I wrote about Madonna. Some people were appalled at me. The words sad, devastated, and how could a woman write this featured in replies on Twitter. My crime to have mentioned the fact that there's been some discussion about the fact that Madonna has plainly had extensive plastic surgery and fillers, and to wonder whether making TikToks about snacking on quote-unquote big dicks at the age of 64 is the Madonna I really want to see. Some of the criticism charged me with double standards. You wouldn't say that about a man, but Madonna's extreme surgery and pornified self-presentation would be as notable in a man as in a woman. More notable in a man than a woman, really, because men are not under the same pressure to stay young and do sexy. If Iggy Pop had alien face and was telling everyone how much he loved to eat big pussies, believe me, I'd be mentioning that too. I will not be signing up for this, thank you. What Madonna is doing is pretty much untried. No pop star has ever attempted to negotiate growing old by simply denying it's happening. This is audacious. Part of me admires this. She just seems like a trash merchant.
may, as we can see online at least, be leaving the left. And I think there are three reasons that, broadly speaking, answer this question. The first, I would say, is political dogma. The left has started off with good intentions, very good intentions, particularly when it comes to representing and speaking for and giving a platform to minority issues.
Well, I'm glad she's at least progressive enough to understand the inherent validity of guillotine the rich.
However, the left has largely left these good intentions in the dust in pursuit of more accessible ends, as well as more accessible causes.
Accessible ends and causes like overturning 2,000 years of gender presumptions, dismantling a global system of states built upon a firm, rigid, religiously saturated class dichotomy, protesting wars carried out by basically all states, protesting police institutions, protesting worker exploitation, but they've moved for more accessible things. I see.
Namely identity politics. For instance, representing minority issues such as that of trans individuals is an exceptional and important thing. However, doing that at the expense
But not that important.
of letting a woman write about gender causes issues.
So, dear God. So, this is the malaise of the left in present day. We are too concerned with the plight of trans people and not thinking about the poor, wealthy Guardian writer who's persecuting trans people with her platform. I see. Like, look, Black Panthers. I get it. You got a rough deal. But the cops have a right to have a job too, you know? Like, come on.
Understandably, and is something that I would say is ultimately an example of leaving good intentions in the dust in pursuit of a far more accessible and palatable perspective. And in this, I think, regrettably, the left has very little to say, specifically the online left, has very little to say in the way of macro issues, contrary to micro issues. The left has a lot to say about micro issues, and I would say that trans issues are a micro issue in that they affect a small, very small minority of the modern population.
Do you know what 0.6% of the worldwide population is? Give you a hint. Figures ranging from 0.1% to 0.6%. Let's just take this figure for granted, okay? As of 2020, the world's core Jewish population was estimated at 15 million, 0.2% of the 8 billion worldwide population. That's in 2020. World population has grown. Micro issue. Nazi Germany, micro issue. Let's not get hysterical, people. We're distracting from the real issue, which is the plight of real women who are the main characters, of course.
Identity politics relative to politics in general is a microcosm and a micro issue of overall politics, but that seems to have dominated all politics.
No, here's another one. Let's see. How about... Let's see here. Black population in England and Wales. Only 1.1% of the total population. As of 2011, so it's almost certainly gone up considerably. What else we got here? Now, what percentage of London is 13.32%? Why are the last recordings was 2011? That's a little strange. Let's see here. Population of England and Wales. Yeah, 3.3%. Black. Asian ethnic groups. That's very broad. That includes... I mean, black is also very broad, but Asian includes people from India, people from Japan. Depending on how they're doing this, could even include some people in Russia and Israel. That's 7.5%. So if you actually partition that more, you'd have very small groups. Like, basically, the only group that would be relevant at a macro scale in most cases would just be whites and heterosexuals and just fuck everybody else. And cis people, of course.
Among the left. And then when it comes to the...
I was surprised by that number too. Does somebody want to reconfirm that number for me? Because that sounds wrong. I'm surprised that that's the actual statistic. I'm wondering if I'm looking at the wrong thing. But you get the gist of this. Like, you would never in a million years think of saying, oh, this group's issues don't matter, not important. Fuck them. You'd never, I can't say that anymore. YouTube rules. Whatever.
Complexity.
That's why I rely on
and
Patreon.
The overwhelming presence of macro issues, namely that affecting the majority of people, namely economics, particularly neoliberal economic frameworks. The contemporary left has very little to say. And this includes the left-wing populist movement in North America and Northern Europe.
The left has little to say about neoliberalism? Are you insane? That's like one of the main occupations of left-wing literature and critiques right now. The trans issue is being highlighted at the moment because in the United States they're being specifically targeted by the political right, which you're directly profiting from by making these little nods.
The second reason I would say that the left is losing people...
I like how she calls herself a feminist, but she doesn't seem to know any feminist theory. She had a conversation with Not So Erudite, which we watched last night, in which she was asked, hey, what are your major influences? Oh, I'm reading Simone de Beauvoir because I wanted to get in touch with my womanhood. Something like that. It was embarrassing.
Or the reason why people are skeptical of the left is the modern left likes to revise history according to the postmodern staple of there being no grand narratives and no universal...
I have to listen to that again.
Northern Europe. The second reason I would say that the left is losing people, or the reason why people are skeptical of the left, is the modern left likes to revise history according to the postmodern staple of there being...
You know who likes to revise history? Fucking historians. That's why we don't use a fucking oral... I can't swear anymore. That's why we use a flipping... ducking... That's why we don't have an oral tradition. Okay, because we aren't just passing down poetry. You're looking at new documents saying, hey, so 10 years ago, when people were analyzing this, we didn't have these documents. Or this person who was recording this, he was coming in with these presumptions. Or he was working with this translation. Or whatever. And you're correcting the record and improving it. That's why history is a discipline. It's not just a corpus. This is brain dead. Like, no wonder she didn't progress in university. She's incompetent. She just takes zero interest in the actual disciplines in question. I guarantee you, if I was talking to her about any of the stuff that she listed, she'd be able to tell me nothing. Nothing at all. If I asked her something about Hobbes, who she reads every night, she would be able to tell me nothing.
No grand narratives and no universal truths. And the left's adoption of this postmodern staple has...
What is this? Right? Conspiracy theorizing versus postmodern theorizing. This is not to say that the far right does not revise history. Hey, you like Hobbes, right? You like Hobbes. You know what Hobbes does? You know what Hobbes does at the beginning of Leviathan? He revises history. That's literally what he does. He goes, here, I think it's actually in the introduction, if memory serves. I'm realizing it's actually been a hot minute, but here. Yeah. So what Hobbes does, and he ends the introduction with this. But let one man read another by his actions, never so perfectly, it serves him only with his acquaintance, which are but few. He that is to govern a whole nation must read in himself, and not this or that particular man, but mankind, which though it be hard to do, harder than to learn any language or science, yet when I shall have set down my reading orderly and perspicuously, the pains left another will be only to consider if he also not find the same in himself, for this kind of doctrine admitteth no other demonstration. When he gives his explanation of the emergence of the social contract, he first does so by beginning with a mechanistic account of human psychology. Basically what Hobbes is doing is he's looking at how people function as he observes them. He looks at how they relate to each other in present society, and he takes these two and he tries to basically reverse engineer what must have taken place to get us into a civil society, into a situation of politics. The point is, Hobbes was revising history. Liberalism rests upon a foundational act of revising history according to an individualistic methodology, where you assume a emergence of organization by reference to causal by reference to features of the individual as determined by an analysis of present-day human beings. It's historical revision. It's a radical historical revision. Machiavelli, before Hobbes, engaged in precisely the same thing. In fact, you could argue that the entire history of political science is a sequence of radical historical revisions that set a new paradigm for people who think afterwards. Machiavelli begins The Prince. Where's my box? There we go. I gotta work a faster method for doing this. But it's okay, because I know where everything is now, because I'm sort of organized. Sort of. Emphasis on sort of. Machiavelli begins The Prince. With quote. All states and all dominions that have had and continue to have power over men have been and still are either republics or principalities. Principalities are either hereditary, in which instance the family of the prince has ruled for generations, or they are new. The new ones are either completely new, as was in Milan for Francesco Sforza, or they are like appendages added to the hereditary state of the prince who acquires them, as is the kingdom of Naples for the king of Spain. Dominions taken in this way are either accustomed to living under a prince or are used to being free, and they are gained either by the arms of others or by one's own, either through fortune or through virtue. He begins by declaring, this is the history of all states. This is the history of politics. This is the history of your society. Your particular poetic, genealogical, historical explanations for why your particular state came to pass, meaningless. It was conquered, or it was inherited from conquerors. You're not engaging in history if you're not realizing. History, the word literally refers to inquiry. Herodotus' histories, inquiries.
Led it into a lot of contradictions and therefore into a lot of infighting. This infighting,
Wait, hang on.
postmodern staple, has led it into a lot of contradictions and therefore into a lot of infighting.
Wasn't the previous section was literally called political dogma. Now she's criticizing the left wing for not being sufficiently dogmatic, so that it has infighting. Remember, like, she was offering a new form of critique in which we hear all different sides. But we can't hear all different sides unless we are not so constituted as we do not have disagreements with each other. Because that makes sense.
This infighting distracts from those macro issues, from those macro concerns and conversations, and results in a lot of infighting that mainly in this day and age revolves around particularly trans issues or anything pertaining to critical theory.
Okay, first of all, you're an idiot. But secondly, I'm going to tell you why the left is infighting and the right's not infighting. Because the left is defined by not being the right. The left is defined by having an openness towards social change and progress. The right, did I say the left or the right? The left is defined by being open towards social change and progress. The right is defined by being categorically hostile to that in almost all its forms. What this means is that the right is particular. They are anchored to features of the environment that have existed prior to a gradual critique and unfolding by left-wing actors, generally. By liberals at one point when they were left-wing themselves. The reason why there's no infighting or relatively little infighting on the right is because they all think the same. There's no intellectual diversity, nothing substantial in any case. The left, by contrast, is far broader. You have people from all sorts of different places, different methodologies, different frames of reference, different goals. That's not infighting. That's the marketplace of ideas shit that you're actually trying to situate between this tiny little political cult, the right wing in particular, which you're blowing up to be proportionate to the rest of the world. You're treating it as if the left and the right are like this, but in actual fact, it's like this.
As we know, critical theory holds a paramount place within leftist discourse, and this is completely understandable, and in fact...
Oh, hey, Demon Mama, remember this portion of the video when you get to the left being friends segment. Noted.
I would argue, a very good thing. However, when that critical theory and that criticism is tearing apart the very ideology, the very perspective...
Just the one, apparently.
The very foundation of the left, there is a bit of a problem.
It makes me cringe to identify as a lefty personally, just in terms of my personal politics and my beliefs, when I see how a lot of the left engages in conversations and stuff like this. You get what I'm saying? It's like the trans women in sports.
Yeah.
These motherfuckers are just saying, oh, you came in 17th,
That man looks so tired. I just want to tuck him in.
not 16th. Well, you're a fucking loser. So why are you complaining about the trans woman taking your spot? Or they're saying stuff like, who cares? If you weren't good enough to make it with a trans woman president, then what does it matter? It's like, you're stealing scholarship, whole work-life opportunities from athletes. Like, not everything is about placing in the top 3. Some of it is just about being even in the race itself. That's a huge honor. For people who go to the Olympics, they know a lot of them are not going to win. But the honor of being in the Olympic Village, to represent your country proudly, to be able to compete on that kind of stage where everyone is actually watching athletics with intention.
Experience and stuff.
It's life-changing. And so when I see left engaged like this, well, fuck women's sports. Who needs anyways? I'm like, really?
People
guys
said
are
that?
talking. Yes.
Oh.
He's really, really big on the trans women and women's sports thing. Jangles, by the way, and I know that Demon Mama cited this last night, but Jangle Science Lad has a very good in-depth video on, I think it's literally called The Science of Trans Women in Sports, where he actually shows, like, the science, the studies that have been done, and demonstrates that the the advantage, I believe I'm quoting his language specifically, the advantage that remains with post-HRT trans women is negligible, if it even exists. Dear God, that is an unfortunate still. Is that Abba? My sincerest apologies.
Yes. And so it's like
Maybe he's just really enjoying being on my show.
what I'm seeing with like a lot of this stuff is that the way that they engage with this stuff.
You know what Kidology reminds me of? That's the shit I would pull when I was in like second year. I wasn't that bad, and I knew my stuff more. But it was sort of in the ballpark. That kind of concern trolling stuff. The difference is like I tried, and so I worked my way out of it. She's being paid for this, so she's already won. So I'm very pessimistic about her digging herself out of this hole, but thank you for the $5, Smith Black. No wonder this lady had trouble in uni and her peers didn't like her. If she didn't have an accent, no one would listen to her. I don't know if that's true. Although like her natural charisma and the ASMR mic quality, which by the way people are very aware of when they're doing it. That's doing a lot of the heavy lifting here, because the quality of analysis is, oh man, I miss What If Altist more and more by the second.
Is like violent. It's violent or extremist. And I don't identify with that, even though my politics lean left. You get what I'm saying?
Feminists do not need to do better in reaching out. Is it, like, doesn't it seem really weird how defensive these people are about the concept of doing better to expand a movement? I would feel this is something they would have, like, a default...
Okay, here's the problem with this right off the bat. I think this is about where I ducked out of Demon Mama's coverage. She was going really in-depth. Which I recommend looking at, by the way. I think the stream's still up. What Vosh is talking about here is valid. Yeah, you should never be encouraging people on your side to not do better. The issue, though, is not the sentiment. The left needs to do better. The left always needs to do better. Everyone always needs to do better. We always can, we always should. We should never allow ourselves to think we've done good enough. That is the death of growth and momentum. But she's going to attach that to this idea that the left is a monolith that is ideologically flawed, that basically, for all intents and purposes, this is going to be the necessary conclusion, it needs to permit the ascendance of a right-wing hum to counter it and spice it with intellectual diversity. That's going to be the upshot of this. I am in the dark as to whether or not she recognizes that that is the upshot of what she is saying, because she doesn't appear to have much of an idea of what she's saying at all.
Appreciation for, right? Like, in concept, shouldn't we always do better?
And I would say that the third reason why I think the left is not gaining as much traction as it ought to in this day and age, as represented by...
In this day and age of rapidly widening socioeconomic inequality, in this day and age of a dwindling middle class, in this day and age of increasingly education and therefore critical population. I think you mean an increasingly educated and therefore critical population. That just do not necessarily follow one from the other, but in any case, what is the argument here? See, you guys, leftists, you're making like a basic tactical error here. You're advocating for tiny little minority groups that make up a percent of the population, when what you really should just do is just run society. Brain dead.
Hadley and Sarah is a reason that I guess is rather mean, but this is a video of honesty and it comes from a place of, I believe, good faith. The left is truly starting to remind me of Comrade Napoleon, because the left, at least in North America and in Northern Europe, is lazy. The left is lazy insofar as getting very comfortable in its own self-righteousness and in its own bubble of information.
Oh dear. Can you imagine being overcome by your own self-righteousness and bubble of information? I can't imagine how awful it must be to be the left and to just be, just lost in your own little informational bubble. To just be consumed by your own self-righteousness. I can't imagine it.
Napoleon. Because the left, at least in North America and in Northern Europe, is lazy. The left is lazy insofar as getting very comfortable in its own self-righteousness and in its own bubble of information. Because on the one hand,
Emotional and experiential conversation over expert or informed conversation. I don't know what this is saying, but okay.
the left lacks expertise, for instance, in the way of understanding transgenderism relative to transsexualism, say, and also in understanding the medical knowledge that is needed behind transgender identities.
Well, there's only going to be two of those people who are experts. There's going to be pro-trans activists who also happen to be involved in medicine, or there's going to be eugenicists. And there's really no middle ground here, because the approach with which pathologizes trans people as a category is entirely inheriting from the eugenic tradition, quite directly, actually. My historical series on that is about a quarter of the way through. I need to get back on that. Speaking of the left being lazy, I'm actually just crazy overworked. This is just... Who else do you have in mind? Like, who else is there? Hang on. Like, the language of transsexual goes all the way back to Hirschfeld. This is old and largely archaic. And when we're talking about the transgender movement, we are not talking about transsexual as that is conceived. That's different. It's different. They're related, but they're different. This is pablum. Pablum's not the right word for it. It's borderline incoherent.
Hello, editing me. I would hazard that a good example of this is the controversy surrounding Leah Thomas. She is known for being the first openly transgender athlete to win an NCAA Division I national championship. Now, Leah's success and identity opened up a huge conversation and controversy surrounding transgender women competing in women's sports.
Because she won. If she lost, nobody would care. Well, I'm sure some people would care, but nobody would care. Not in that way. Because the assumption is, oh, a trans woman won women's sports. Must be because... Right?
And divisions in professional sporting events. For instance, this article is from a left-leaning publication, and it contradicts itself throughout. The data doesn't tell a different story.
Here, let's see here. Critics accuse trans swimming star Leah Thomas of having an unfair advantage. The data tells a different story. The NCAA champion has sparked controversy and become a hate figure among conservatives, but statistics show little evidence that she performed any differently to other women. Okay, both the NCAA and the Olympics allow trans women to compete in women's events once they've been on HRT for a certain length of time, and as long as tests show that testosterone is below certain levels. There are different rules for trans men because their pre-HRT performance is similar to cis women, and they tend to gain strength and muscle mass from HRT. Opponents of trans women's inclusion argue that these changes are not enough to erase the natural advantages of growing up with testosterone. The scientific evidence is mixed, and post-HRT trans women do not currently dominate professional sport. What's the contradiction here? This article similarly contradicts itself throughout. Where's the contradiction? The scientific evidence is mixed, and a large part of that is that a lot of the studies are fraught. Jangle's video, again, goes into detail on that. I recommend it. The data doesn't tell a different story. It tells a mixed and very complicated story that is obviously going to be misunderstood. What?
story, as the title of the article
The data tells a different story. The scientific evidence is mixed. That's not a contradiction.
suggests. Instead, a very mixed and complicated story that is obviously going to be misunderstood is told. The author says, and I quote, "The scientific evidence is mixed, and post-HRT trans women do not currently dominate professional sport." And the thing is, everything in that statement is true. Trans women don't dominate professional sports, similarly to how women don't dominate professional sports.
Right, because we're talking about women's sports. It's already bifurcated along gendered lines.
Only a small subsection of the human population compete professionally, of men in men's professional sports, of women in women's professional sports. And so inevitably, in terms of trans women, only a small percentage of trans women in the small percentage of trans women that there are on this planet are going to compete in professional sports. And this obviously takes a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of training, a lot of money, a lot of investment.
But is the assumption that they're always going to dominate just by dint of being trans? The reason why they have a threshold for how long you have to be on HRT is precisely because the study showed that's not the case.
And it is also true to say that the scientific evidence is mixed. Every sport is different, and this should, in my humble opinion, be left up to the experts and to the professional sporting authorities themselves.
Which it is. I didn't contribute to those studies. I don't think they weren't generated on Twitter. They didn't put it to a vote. The experts themselves decided on those rules. What this really seems like is, so long as a trans woman wins at a sporting event, that will always be referred to the fact that she at one point was not on HRT and went through male puberty. Yeah, she's just a turf. That's all. A particularly ignorant and lazy one, dare I say.
This is going to take a lot of time and a lot of understanding. In fact, a very nuanced perspective, which I heard on this by a transgender individual, political analyst Jordan Evans, I think is important, but is one that is systematically and routinely deemed to be transphobic.
So I am not a professional athlete. The closest thing I have ever done to anything athletic was I used to do competitive show choir. I don't feel really qualified to make carte blanche statements about whether or not trans women should compete in every kind of sport. And I understand that that is kind of, that's a hard pill to swallow. And for me, my first inclination is to approach everything through a lens of inclusivity. But at the same time, I also can't speak accurately to every kind of sport and the different things that go into it. So I really think in these instances, the decisions are best left up to the professional governing bodies that dictate these particular sports.
And just going back to...
Which they are. They are. It's transphobic conservatives, for the most part, who are the ones who are attacking the judgment of the professionals. In fact, this article was so poorly argued that the final sentence completely contradicts its primary thesis, that trans women professional athletes have little advantage over their female counterparts. Sports physiologist Dr. Ross Tucker told the New York Times that Leah Thompson is a manifestation of the scientific evidence. The reduction in testosterone did not remove her biological advantage. Is that the statement of the article, or is that the statement of someone they are mentioning as a part of the debate? Because articles will often cite the opinions of different speakers to an issue. Actually, I wonder if Jangles covered that in the video he did. It's been a hot minute since I've seen it. Let me take a look here. Jangles, trans women, sports. Here we are. The science, trans women in sport. Let's pull this over here. Let's see. Sources. Oh, maybe I actually want to look that over here. Hang on. Let's copy the link. We'll open it on this side. dox myself. Let's see here. Well, actually, let's just look at the article directly. She must have linked it, yes? She has her primary sources here. She doesn't. Oh, she doesn't. All right, what's the article? Do we have a name for the article? Does it even... Okay, let's see. Is there no name for the article?
Leah's success and identity opened up a huge conversation and controversy surrounding transgender women competing in women's sports and divisions in professional sporting events. For instance, this
There we go. Pause to read. Leah Thompson, trans women competing in women's sports. This looks like the same font. These are the same fonts. This is what she put into the still.
article is from a left-leaning publication, and it contradicts itself throughout.
Are you going to give the name of the publication?
The data doesn't tell a
Why are you hiding the name of the publication?
different story, as the title of the article suggests. Instead, a very mixed and complicated story that is obviously...
Demon Mom, are you still in chat? Did you guys find the article that she was citing? It's not in the... I just looked in the description box. It's not there. This is what she has for sources. She has, the Full Send podcast featuring Andrew Tate and the Nelk Boys. Women's Hour featuring Hadley Freeman. FINA's updated policy on trans men and women competing at a professional level. That article's not here. Unless it's this. I don't think it is, though. No, that's not here. It's just, she just doesn't have the article.
going to be misunderstood is told. The author says, and I quote,
So I am not a perfect inclusivity.
female counterparts, and sentence complete.
Let's see. This article was amended. Sports physiologist Dr. Ross Tucker told the New York Times. Okay, well, let's try this. Sports physiologist Dr. Ross Tucker. By the way, basic reading comprehension check. An article saying so-and-so said this is not an endorsement of the view of so-and-so. But it also doesn't matter, because I don't know who the hell wrote this article. Okay, Dr. Ross Tucker told the New York Times... There are a lot of articles that cite this. I don't know where this article is from. She just says it's a left-wing thing. The problem, though, is that what she characterizes as left-wing includes basically just liberal TERFs, as we saw from the Unheard website. You know, liberal TERFs like J.K. Rowling being famously unheard by anyone.
Completely contradicts its primary thesis, that transgender professional athletes have little advantage over their female counterparts. And I quote, sports physiologist Dr. Ross Tucker...
Yeah, that's not the article saying that, you idiot. That's them quoting somebody who spoke about it. And the fact that they have like that kind of sort of preach the controversy attitude tells you that it's probably not a left-wing publication. It's probably like your typical BuzzFeed style New York Times clinger on.
Told the New York Times that Leah Thomas is the manifestation of the scientific evidence. The reduction in
I think I found it.
testosterone did not.
Oh, fucking hell. I found it. I think I found it. Female swimmer fights for women athletes as Leah Thomas goes all in on transgender ideology. So look at this. The reason why I know it's this one, by the way, is I looked near the bottom. I was looking for this quote here. This particular phrasing. Here we go. Sports physiologist Dr. Ross Tucker. This phrasing is specific to here. Sports physiologist Dr. Ross Tucker told the New York Times that Thomas is the manifestation of the scientific evidence. Oh, now this is interesting. The reduction in testosterone did not remove her biological advantage, he assured. But the same has been said by former Olympian Caitlyn Jenner. Jenner, who identifies as a woman, told Fox News in January that he refuses to... Jenner, who identifies as a woman, told Fox News in January that he refuses to gold against female competitors because of being naturally stronger despite being on estrogen for several years. Despite expert opinion, Thomas held fast to the belief that there is no difference between competing as a man or competing as a woman. This is not a left-wing article. Alexa Schwerha. Media appearances. Here we go. Alexa Schwerha. Media appearances include National Report, Lars Larson Show, Fox and Friends. This thing about religious liberty, Fox and Friends again. National Report. Campus Reform. Hang on a second. Campus Reform isn't left wing. Wait, I know about this. Campus Reform is conservative. You disingenuous little... That's not a left... She's citing an article from Campus Reform. This is a right-wing website. Idiot. That's why the website name's not there. That's why the article source isn't there. Because she's just lying through her teeth. She just lied. No, Demon Mom, it wasn't an independent article by Yahoo Sports. It was a Campus Reform article. Like, let's double check. I want to make absolutely certain. So we look at here, okay? The NCAA champion has sparked controversy and become a hate figure among conservatives. So when we look here, well, I don't know if she's like, if this is a pastiche of several different articles. Yeah, this might be several different articles. Tuesday, 31st May 2022. Oh, well, that's why Jangles doesn't have anything about it. Of course, this is from this year, or last year. This is published when? June. But see, how I determined that it was this one is because of this. This phrasing here. Sports physiologist Dr. Russ Tucker told the New York Times that Thomas is the manifestation of the scientific evidence drawing national attention back to the data that proves men are more athletic than women. Oh, maybe that is different. Okay, maybe I'm incorrect. Can you, Demon Mom, if you found the actual article, can I see that? Check DM, she Frankensteined it. Headline is from this article. It is no longer on the Independent's website. Here we go. Alright, scratch that. And it was from The Independent. That's not left wing. Here, hang on. Let's see. Is there even any reference to... Ross Tucker? Ross? There's no reference to Ross Tucker in this article. Yeah, this isn't the same article. This is, these are multiple articles here. What the hell is going on? She says this article like it's in the singular, but this is not one article. What the fuck? That's brazen. That's really brazen. Did FT Signifier catch that when he responded? I'd be interested to see, because I know they had a follow-up back and forth on this. That's a hell of a scam she's trying to pull. These are not from the same source. She's patching them. We have proof she's dishonest, more or less. Well, someone let him know, I suppose. I guess we know what's going to go into the essay response of this.
Dr. Ross Tucker told the New York Times that Leah Thomas is the manifestation of the scientific evidence. The reduction in testosterone did not remove her biological advantage. And that is the end of the article. A very confusing article. And
indeed. Possibly because you made it up. Let's see here. So, the headline's from one article. Here. Which shows the title of here. Critics accuse trans swimming star Leah Thomas of having unfair advantage. The data tells a different story. Critics accuse trans swimming star Leah Thomas of having unfair advantage. The data tells a different story. We do not see the author, even though that's literally right below the title. Let's see here. This text is different from this, which explains the font difference. The NCAA champion has sparked controversy and become a hate figure. Does that appear here? The NCAA That's not from the same article. So the text right here where my mouse is, underneath like the headline here, that's not from that article. Opponents of trans women's inclusion argue. Let's see. Opponents of trans, here we go. Okay, so this is from the article. The scientific evidence is mixed and post-HRT trans women do not currently dominate professional sport. Mrs. Thomas skipped the 2021 swimming season, and so she has now been on HRT for nearly 3 years. According to Sports Illustrated, she lost strength and an inch of her height. Damn. On HRT, making it impossible for her to match her performance. She won a race, didn't break records. Which means, by the way, she's not dominating the sport if she didn't break records, right? Cis women are competing her, at least have in the past. So basically what she would be satisfied with is, yeah, trans women are allowed to go in women's sports, provided they always lose. Yeah, so this is not one article, so this is a lie. It's a different lie. It's actually worse than the one we thought. I thought, for a second, because I guess I misread the quote I was looking for as identical. I initially thought she had posted in a display of extreme ignorance from a conservative page. But it's worse than that. She Frankensteined multiple articles together to make a fake article that she then accused of inconsistency. What's this? It's from the independent version of the article. It is one article. She's not lying about this specifically. Okay, well, let's see. Is it the independent article? Hang on. Hang on. Okay, well. Well, there you go. It's from the independent. Well, there we go. Okay, guys, you can't tell me stuff is Frankenstein unless like we confirm that first, because that makes us go there. You gotta be careful, okay? Yahoo copy pasted full normally. Alright. So it looks like what happened was the Yahoo version left out the bottom sting. Still not a left-wing publication. I don't know why, again, she's obscuring the source. Yeah, you guys gotta be careful with that. That right there is going to cause like a whole whack of trouble.
Of the article suggests. Instead, a very mixed and complicated story that is obviously going to be misunderstood is told. The author says, and I quote, "The scientific evidence is mixed, and post-HRT..."
In any case, the point is this isn't a contradiction. Mentioning someone saying something does not in itself contradict a previous statement in an article. What's the preface for that? Let's see. No, we don't want the Yahoo one. No, and it looks like Thomas's speed actually increased post-transition. That's interesting. Okay, here we go. Let's just go over this quickly. Now we have to do work because we are not lazy. So, her swimming times are on par with cis women. How do these times compare to other women in the top ranks of U.S. college swimming? The Independent compiled a data set of swim times for all top 8 NCAA women's finishers over the last 6 years of competition in various events. 2020 was excluded because all NCAA championships were cancelled that year due to the pandemic. In other words, this data only includes the absolute best college swimmers in these events. It goes back far enough to cover Katie Ledecky's 4-minute 24-second record in the 500-yard race, and Missy Franklin's 1 minute 38.10 record in the 200-yard race, both of which still stand today. In this field, Mrs. Thomas's time in the 500 yards is the 8th fastest out of 56. That is notable because there are only 7 events in the dataset, meaning there are some where her time would have only placed her third. Yeah, so basically what's happened is they lay out the statistics or the data about her performance. And then they cite people who have become notable for commenting on this issue, which happens to include a bunch of transphobic activists making comment on it. And that's basically it. This is not a left-wing publication, and it doesn't contradict itself in any case, so this is a colossal waste of time. Thank you for that, Kidology. You are nothing if not consistent.
Trans women do not currently dominate professional sport. And the thing is, everything in that statement is true. Trans women don't dominate professional sports, similarly to how women don't dominate professional sports. Only a small subsection of the human population compete professionally, of men in men's professional sports, of women in women's professional sports. And so inevitably, in terms of trans women, only a small percentage of trans women in the small percentage of trans women that there are on this planet are going to compete in professional sports. And this obviously takes a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of training, a lot of money, a lot of investment. And it is also true to say that the scientific evidence is mixed. Every sport is different. And this should, in my humble opinion, be left up to the experts and to the professional sporting authorities themselves. This is going to take a lot of time and a lot of...
Okay, we've seen this. Let's move on. We've got a whole lot more to go. Oh my god. Oh, right.
or exiled. Complete obedience and compliance is expected to the left's perspective on social issues and identities, without question.
Being versus becoming has always been a hot topic in philosophy. Are you born a woman or do you become a woman? Simone de Beauvoir asked, and she said, you become one. Gender is a performance, you actually perform it every day. And Saraswati extended to race. One becomes white, one becomes black. It's a social construct, a performance. Now there's a big problem there. You can't compare the two. That would be very dishonest. We think that's wrong. The rules of gender and race are always changing. And given this, the question that really matters isn't whether individuals like Diallo and Krug are in fact black given our present rules of racial classification, but whether they should be, accepts the fact that what gender and race mean change with time. On the other hand, figuring out what a woman really is or who really is black leads us to argue in an essentialist framework. Basically, a woman is someone with a uterus and a black person is someone with, I don't know, black skin. Stepping out of that essentialist framework allows us to take into account other elements, cultural, social, economic, that can
Hang on, let's see. The argument tries to refute essentialism with essentialism. All black people across the world through different cultures, interclass issues, and lives experience intergenerational inequalities and trauma which transgender and queer individuals don't. Well, no, they do. It's just that you don't. You typically. You do. You do. There's a problem though in tracking it. Among other things, until very recently, trans individuals either were not. They didn't have a self-conception of what they were because there was no public information about it, or they had to hide it, and so the intergenerational inequalities and trauma is somewhat veiled in that respect. It wasn't tied to a specific external physical marker. Let me watch this from the beginning.
On the other hand, complete obedience to that distinction is expected. And if one does not completely agree or is not completely obedient to that position, one is automatically...
What position is this? We're going to go faster after this section, I promise.
...or knowledge on the left about how the two differ. Yet,
okay, how the what differ? Come on.
Really and truly the foundation of modern thinking is dismissed. This, in my opinion, is simply the easy way out. I've also noticed recently that with the discourse on transracialism and or relative to transgenderism, there is no expertise or knowledge on the left about how the two differ. Yet, on the other hand, complete obedience to that distinction is expected. And if one does not completely agree or is not completely obedient to that position, one is automatically labeled some kind of phobia or exiled. Complete obedience and compliance is expected to the left's perspective on social issues and identities, without question.
By whom? Who are you talking about? Left Inc.? Does Left Inc. have a policy of excommunicating people? If they have a position on this? I thought they were all infighting. Are they infighting? Or do they brook no dissent? You can't have both.
Versus becoming has always been a hot topic in philosophy. Are you born a woman or do you become a woman? Simone de Beauvoir asked, and she said, you become one. Gender is a performance, you actually perform it every day. And Saraswati extended to race.
Okay, so Alice proceeds to say that transgenderism, that's always a red flag, and transracialism cannot be compared because we just shouldn't. No, she's going to give reasons. Hang on.
Becomes white, one becomes black. It's a social construct, a performance. Now there's a big problem there. You can't compare the two. That would be very dishonest. We think that's wrong. The rules of gender and race are always changing. And given this, the question that really matters isn't whether individuals like Diallo...
Hang on. Is this cited as a source? No, it's not. This is not cited as a source. There's no link to it. I can't tell who this is. Let's see here. Nevertheless, accepted in the community as black. In other words, we think that transgender women and men should be recognized and treated as women and men respectively, but that person should be not recognized and treated as black solely on the basis of self-identification. There are different types of category. Gender has to do with social expression. black is similarly socially constructed, but it's a social construction that categorizes people based on external characteristics that they're born with. They're different. That doesn't mean the category of race is valid by itself, but it does mean that it crystallizes in society along different lines. So they aren't equivalent because they're different kinds of thing. It's sort of like how, like, you shouldn't consider class in the same way as gender. Like they can't be compared in that particular way. They intersect, scary word, but they're not identical. Same with race. And you can say that because like it's like the state itself. Like, does the state exist? What are we talking about? Is there really like a colored space on the globe that you can see from outer space, from the space station, in which you have all of these little properties and this particular government rules, and all this zone, this is Russia, and that zone over there, that's not Russia? No, of course not. It doesn't exist. But what actually happens is society, or multiple societies in community with each other at a global scale, interact with each other in such a way and behave in such a way as a dynamic is crystallized in which this thing de facto exists. It is as if this thing is like that. And so, because it is as if it is like that, or it is treated as if it is like that, other people act as if it is like that. And so, in essence, it becomes, in effect, not in essence, it becomes as if it is like that. Same with race. Race as a category is scientifically invalid. However, because societies treat people, assume it is valid, or because particular parts of societies with power assume it is valid, you end up with the dynamics that would obtain if it simply was valid because it's brute forced into being. You have people sorted and limited in terms of their potential and harmed along lines that categorize them according to a thing. And so you have this overlay. You have this overlay of black. Prior to this, there would have been an immense diversity between them. They would not have considered themselves black, sort of like how, generally speaking, until relatively recently, there were a lot of stratifications even within the identity of white. You were not just white if you had pale skin. It wasn't that simple. There was a flattening that took place. However, as a result of that white-black dichotomy, as a result of that imposition of that racial scheme, people started treating it as if it was a thing. And so people who presented like I do were treated differently in society than people who didn't.
And Krug are in fact black given our present rules of racial classification, but
Yeah, given our present rules of racial classification. So this is not poorly argued. And Kidology would be very wise to be really, really careful when she throws around critiques like that, because this is one of the worst argued pieces I've ever seen.
whether they should be accepts the fact that what gender and race mean change with time. On the other hand, figuring out what a woman really is, or who really is black, leads us to argue in a essentialist framework.
Yeah.
Basically, a woman is someone with a uterus, and a black person is someone with...
No, exactly, because it's the really part, right? So if you're saying who is really a woman or who is really black, you have to assume the validity of the category first. Otherwise, there wouldn't be an answer to that question, because nobody is really black. Black is like an overlay. Black isn't a category that accurately represents the specificity of whatever person you're referring to. It's a crude categorization scheme that institutions that didn't really care so much about that specificity were using because they had contempt for whole groups of people on the basis of really a diverse array of physical characteristics they flattened into one.
I don't know, black skin. Stepping out of that essentialist framework allows us to take into account all the elements, cultural, social, economic, that can help us understand who should be considered as a woman and who should be considered as black. In the case of blackness, inequality accumulates intergenerationally in the US.
Hang on. Therefore, even though race like gender is performative, we just should accept that they are different because of the essential intergenerational trauma inequalities people of color experience. No, because the performance is cited in different places. Gender is performed by the agent. Race is performed not just by the agent, but by the state and by society. if you were a trans person, you can choose to not present as your actual gender, as how you feel is appropriate. You can choose to present as how society feels is appropriate. If you're assigned female at birth, you can dress as if you're assigned female at birth. If you're assigned male at birth, you can dress as if you're assigned male at birth. You can not take hormones, and you can pass as the sex you were assigned by the doctor. That's a thing you can do. You are performing the gender of a cis man or a cis woman, even though you're not. Race is different. It's significantly different. Partially because it is tied to specific features that are themselves, well, it's tricky. It's tricky because the way in which they are treated is different, and one comes solely from the outside, and therefore constitutes an insight in response to it. That's the racial one. Whereas the gender one, not entirely. A little bit, but not entirely. It's a little bit different. There's also an element of relation with your own sexuality. That's true. It's just trans women versus women. It's obvious. Yeah. I mean, this is pretty transparent.
Sociologists point at weathering inheritance gaps between black and white households as proof of that. Now, obviously, gender is not.
Therefore, even though race, like gender, is performative, we just should accept their different. Okay.
A historical, women, queer people, as a class of people, inherit a history of discrimination. But as an individual, they don't accumulate the consequences of the health and economic consequence of being a woman. Or
I think that's tricky. So they don't in the same way. Mostly because you can have one trans person in a family, right? And they do suffer the consequences of that. But their family does not therefore also become trans. And their offspring are not inherently trans as a result, whereas children are racialized in non-white families. So that would be a key distinction there. It is a much more individual issue with gender than with I mean, well, that's kind of obvious though, because like not everybody in a family is typically of the same gender. There's no rule that says there has to be the case, but generally. And it's something you perform sort of willingly. Whereas race, by contrast, is performed upon you in a much more invasive kind of a way. Yeah.
Or trans or queer, if that makes sense. On the other hand, black people, Asian people,
I'm not sure if I like that formulation, so leave that hanging for now.
Color, in France, we would be told.
Alice. I'm not going after Alice. Alice mentioned me in her Instagram story on this video. Here, let's find this. I'm a little bit curious. Kindly reacting. Oh, is that Signified B? Is that who that is? Let's see. No, sorry. Signified B is FD Signifier. Stop changing your names, people. Damn it, so confusing. Alice. I don't know who this is. Ugh.
Targeting maybe the grandkids of African and Maghreb immigrants do inherit it, both on a community and individual level. You know, if your great-grandparents, parents have faced discrimination, you will inherit all that baggage. It's not the same for queer people, trans people, women, except if your great-grandparents, grandparents, and parents were openly queer. I'm sure some of you are thinking, this sounds like a dream. Well, I guess we'll end it here for today.
There is no need for explanation, for understanding, or for education. If you don't understand or are not willing to understand...
What was she just doing, you imbecile? That's what that was. She was giving an exposition of her opinion. That's not persecuting you for having a different opinion. Like this is what the centrist is in present day. It's preachy, ignorant morons, insisting that there be some kind of free and open marketplace of ideas, and then whinging every time somebody else speaks.
For reasons that may be completely personal to you, you are instinctively labeled and put into the same category as individuals whom we would call Nazis, fascists, alt-right individuals. And in that, I believe...
No, the category is bigots. You're a bigot.
comes a form of laziness that is not at all conducive to doing good politics. Politics is not only action, politics is labor.
I understand that Twitter doesn't give a lot of room for nuance. I agree with this tweet. I want to add...
Okay. This is why I hate Sid, by the way, because he does this all the time. Vosh was actually wrong to just onboard this uncritically. Quote, the reason young men flock to alt-right MRA movements is because the left gives brain-dead advice to young men. We need to be more compassionate to them for our sake. This part up here, the reason young men flock to alt-right MRA movements is because the left gives brain-dead advice to young men. Who's he talking about? The left gives brain-dead advice to young men. The left TM, the left's official YouTube channel, gives brain-dead advice to young men. They're not playing the Andrew Tate game very well. We need a better leftist Andrew Tate. The implication here is that the alt-right owes its growth entirely to the left's incompetence, which is a wonderful propagandistic boon to the alt-right, which can then say, we are more competent, we are answering the questions of modernity, we are offering what people need. And Sid does this because he's a slime ball, and he knows it will piss a bunch of people off and get him a bunch of attention. And Vosh is not being careful here, and it's frustrating as hell.
Add to it. My issue with the left isn't so much that they give brain-dead advice. It's more like the left doesn't care to give much of any advice to young men specific to issues that matter to young men. It may seem kind of like trivial, but I'm talking about like masculinity, dating, that kind of stuff. Stuff like that is really important to young men. If that like bothers you, if it's frustrating that young guys are kind of like fixated on that, I'm sorry, that's literally just life. Okay.
Okay, well, Vosh, most people on the left don't have a massive channel where they can just project like their booming voice into the ether and then supply that need, right? If you think that the left really needs like a young man giving young men targeted advice, you can do that. That's a thing you can do. Stop joking about horsecocks and do it. You know? Which he does sometimes. A lot of people do sometimes. It's just that, like, what is the point being made here exactly? If there needs to be like a 50-50 split between doing like leftist activism or criticizing people on the right or whatever, and then doing the Andrew Tate stuff, like we need to be basically doing incel bait. Like, what's the...
And the left just doesn't see these issues as worthwhile, which is a bit frustrating because like there are experiences with like femininity and like youth, like for girls or whatever, that the left seems to...
That's not what Vosh thinks. I know that's not what Vosh thinks. I mean, he contradicts the statement here. He said that he literally says it's not because the left gives brain-dead advice. The issue, though, is that he's giving it undue credence and he's encouraging this kind of thing. This was not a nuanced take. This was actually just a massively exploitative and cynical take by an idiot.
Care a little bit more about because it gets under-discussed broadly. But what you have to understand is that if you want to sell an ideology, you can't only talk about the stuff that other parts of society aren't willing to talk about.
Exactly.
You have to give a holistic social theory. If
Yes.
the left would just like take a deep breath and go, okay, we need to get guys to touch some grass and like be chill and not feel crazy insecure about how they are and their masculinity, blah, blah, blah. Like, we would have this in the bag, man. Look, all I'm saying is it's not a coincidence that historically speaking, the most successful leftist movements have had holistic messaging on gender and sexual ideology. Like, seriously, go to the Bolsheviks, go to the Maoists.
And you will find Haas from Infrared in 2023. This is why we don't refer to those as a general rule.
Go to the union trade workers and the anarchists of the early 20th century. There was not this like aversion to masculinity or to like the promotion of male social spaces. Quite the opposite, because a lot of these movements were pretty sexist because it was 100 years ago. They were at least willing to talk about these issues. I don't know how any of this could have gotten done if there was this like tetchy unwillingness to appeal to these very basic drives for political belief.
You realize that like the Bolshevik Revolution took place before suffrage, right? Because universal suffrage was 1923. The Russian Revolution, or the Bolshevik Revolution, was 1917. And I think the Menshevik was 1915? Or let's see here. Need to get my dates correct. 1917, I was right. Not 1915, 1917. And then I believe universal suffrage was 1920 on the dot. Da, 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 da. The right of citizens of the United States, 19th Amendment, to vote shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or by any state on account of sex. Yeah, 1920, exactly. There are other reasons for this besides they were appealing to incels in modern internet culture.
Idea that I hear a lot from the left of
1923 was 1920 was the United States. The 19th Amendment was in 1920. Where are you getting your numbers from?
educate yourself or put in the labor for yourself, because emotional labor is not something that we are willing to do.
I can't stand people who call themselves leftists and do not understand that people do not want to do reproductive labor. Like, cooking is a whole arse thing, dude.
Is in no way conducive to politics.
Hang on, what the hell did she say? What do you mean not conducive to politics? What do you think politics means? Politics does not mean everybody's a centrist.
Could have gotten done if there was this, like, tetchy unwillingness to appeal to these very basic drives for political belief.
This idea that I hear a lot from the left of educate yourself or put in the labor for yourself, because emotional labor is not something that we are willing to do.
I can't stand people who call themselves leftists and do not understand that people do not want to do reproductive labor. Like, cooking is a whole arse thing, dude.
Is in no way conducive to politics. No way conducive to good politics. Because politics is work, especially in the work of trying to understand, of trying to put yourself into the shoes and perspective and world and traditions of another.
No, that's called anthropology. I don't know what the hell you're doing.
Another who is completely distinct from you. And it is difficult, but it is necessary in the interest of what I believe is the overarching idea that the left has of social progress, of social betterment.
So, yeah, so guys, like, social progress and social betterment just don't care about any of the small people, you know, you're doing the progress for. This is brain dead. The right's advantage. Yeah, here we go. This is exactly what it is. It's like, here, guys, I'm on the side of the left. I just want to help you out. You're doing everything wrong. You're bothering about all these people who just don't matter. Trans people, they don't matter. They don't matter. They're expendable. There'll be more of them. There's only a few of them anyways. Who gives a shit? By the way, here's what the right's doing perfectly. They're doing so much that's so good. You need to do what they're doing. in effect, it's basically just controlling the left into becoming the right or becoming toothless with respect to the right.
And in all this, I do appreciate and I do believe quite strongly that the left has to work a lot harder than the right, because the right, ironically, has a lot of things in its favour, contrary to the left. And I think we can see that when we look at these two countering trends on YouTube. Videos titled Why I Left the Left versus videos titled Why I Left the Right.
Yes.
There are far...
Crucially, people leave the right because they become educated and they become empathetic. People leave the left because there's money in right-wing grifting. That's why. It's an easy gig. That's why people on the right are generally terrible at producing sources. They're borderline incoherent, and their content is some of the most lazy stuff in existence. And they're all very smug and comfortable while doing it because it costs them no work.
Far more of the former relative to the latter. In fact, I could only find one video by Hunter Avalon on why I left the right. And that video was from quite a few years ago. And since then, I have really not seen any.
And by the way, most of the people who make why I left the left videos were either never on the left or were horrendously unsophisticated. And typically, they're going to be people like, they're going to be liberals. They're going to be like Faraday Speaks types, who are just really desperately trying to grow a channel, realize, hey, there's a saturation point here. People don't want Vosh number 25. I'm gonna shift. Sargon's doing wonderfully. I'm gonna do that stuff. That seems easy. It's cat videos for people who want to pretend they have any self-respect. That's what this is.
I'd say that there are roughly 5 reasons for this. I'm particularly and specifically talking about the right as we see it in, again, North America and Northern Europe. The right is very good at playing into nostalgia. And I think this is because nostalgia is largely on the side of everything that the right stands for, namely patriotism, the idea of heroes, victors, namely victors of the North Americas and of Northern Europe, a past of tradition, of family values, of very clear identities and roles for individuals in society. And importantly, the past represents an idea that there was community and homogeneity, that there was trust between governments and the people, that there was trust within communities and within households. It is clear to individuals, irrespective of what side of the political spectrum you are on, that trust among communities has dwindled, that trust between the elites, between the establishment and government and the people is non-existent, and that in our modern context, nobody is particularly happy, socially speaking. Secondly, I would say that, ironically, and this is very ironic, but the right has honesty. It really does. The right are
The right has honesty. This is a long section.
Very honest about being selfish, about being prejudiced, about being individualistic, about not being very nice people. They are very honest about caring about homogeneity, about caring about the family, specifically their own family over that of everybody else's, of the idea that it is every man for himself, every woman for herself, every family for itself.
Yes, but how they get to that point, how they argue that case, is by lying through their teeth and by smearing people who have actually done the work to understand these issues. Which is what you're doing. You're just leveraging the ambiguity of not avowing in a blunt way that conclusion, because this makes you particularly heinous to one side, useful to another side, and that's the grift. That's it. This is why the word dog whistling exists. That's all this is. It's just a long string of dog whistles. It's please notice me and subscribe.
And when they are not honest, they're very good at co-opting religion in order to justify their actions and beliefs. With this, I'm talking about the more extreme tenets of the right, sort of the alt-right or the very traditionalist religious right, the ultra and orthodox right. And in this, they inevitably don't mince words. They're very upfront about what they are saying, and therefore the message is very understandable, it's simple, it's easy, it's clean-cut.
So this is what's happening. She's pointing to the crude center of the right, not center on terms of the political spectrum, but like the core, the body of the right. This is the honest part. And she's going, oh, I just don't understand. I don't see any dishonest part anywhere as I look all around me. And the reason for that is because the dishonest part is sitting exactly where she is right now. The dishonest part is you.
And this is very interesting when it comes to something like racism.
If your takeaway from this is like, oh, well, look, actually, they're not that at all.
That's not what he said.
No, he said.
That's not what he said. That's not what that's just not what he said. He just said that the conversation was going well. He's not being yelled at. They're having opposing views, but they can talk to each other. Yeah, his views are fucked up, but they can talk. That's what a civil conversation is. Doesn't defeat the fact that he's not racist or he's racist.
You can have civil conversations with people who have the most abhorrent views. That's it. And you can talk to people who have views that are absolutely disgusting. Doesn't change the fact that it's a conversation.
And a civil one.
Yes, you started this video like, this guy's about to get a hate crime for the Vine. Here they are just talking calmly like, if you walk away and think that this is not the most racist, people can still look at this dude and say he's incredibly racist and they wouldn't be wrong.
Erudite says she wants all the spoke thoughts. I don't know what that means. You'll have to clarify, Jake. Thank you for the $2.
Yeah.
Doesn't change the fact that they were able to talk about it.
Still civil.
Something you've proven to be incapable of.
I've heard numerous...
I don't know who they're talking about. I don't know what they're talking about. None of that mattered. The issue with platforming has nothing to do with having conversations with people on the right. The issue with platforming has to do with giving toxic actors who are targeting members of their community an opportunity to sell themselves and their charisma to a wider audience than they would have access to otherwise. That's not challenging their beliefs. That's actually giving them a material advantage that they didn't hitherto have.
People who are like me, an ethnic minority, saying that they actually prefer or miss the days when individuals who are racist would just say, I'm racist, I don't like you. I don't like you because you're an ethnic minority. I don't like black people. Relative to what we have today, which is very much a sort of racism that is under the radar, that is very difficult to detect or very difficult to make known. And I think this is where, on the left at least, we have fake allyship. We have an idea which I'm going to talk about shortly, which is about representing abstract people as opposed to representing people. And I think for a lot of people,
Adam, you have been referring to the left as like an organization with like a specific dogma and a specific hierarchy and a specific composition for almost 30 minutes of footage now. You cannot accuse people of putting abstractions over particular real people. You can't do that. That's not a thing you can do anymore. You're operating at a level of analysis that can parse out two distinct blobs, and that's basically it.
people, especially myself, I find that when somebody is upfront about being racist, particularly in my country of origin, South Africa, it was actually kind of refreshing because I knew what was going on. I knew who liked me, who didn't like me. Whereas I find that in the UK, at least, especially among leftist or liberal-leaning circles, I'm quite paranoid, or more paranoid than I would otherwise be if things were just honest and clear-cut.
I believe that when someone's like, I hate you, it feels more real than this.
Okay.
Maybe it's I can understand that. You know, I can understand that. I can understand that. That's me. I can understand that where black people has been in the world. That I can understand that. I can understand people hating me, and I'm like, okay, that's fair. I understand. I can avoid that.
I always said this. I always knew where I stand with like folks who are on that end of the spectrum. So if they say I hate you, I'm like, cool. I'm kind of used to that. Like I know where you stand. It's always been the people closer to me politically that always made me feel a little uneasy. And that's what this reminded me of. Oh yes, black people were here. So I don't think so, bitch. I don't think so.
White liberals and shit.
I don't think so. I don't believe you. Something about how quickly you locked the doors when I was walking by your car.
Yeah.
Something about it just didn't feel right.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's
What is this? What is this establishing? Why are you including clips of these guys? What's the point? What am I supposed to get from this? By the way, you see that thing in behind them? That golden YouTube thing? That means these people make bank talking into a camera. These people do not have the average life experience of anybody. It's what is the point to this?
Reminds me of.
And so, in a weird sort of way, the right's honesty and frankness about where they stand is actually quite refreshing. Please do not misconstrue this as me saying that I condone or in any way support the racism of some factions of the far or alt-right. I most definitely do not in any way. I am just purely speaking.
You're just going to throw them a bone because it gets you clicks.
From how I personally and how I have heard individuals from my sort of identity perspective responding to that, relative to responding to a different kind of racism that is quite prevalent, I would say, among, I would argue more so to be leftist spheres of life. People with good intentions, people who speak on behalf of minorities, etc.
Controversial opinion, but if you have a token white and you're hanging out with your friend group of color, you need to ask permission from everybody in the group to bring your white friend. Like, don't just bring them. Ask for explicit permission from everyone, because just because you're comfortable with them doesn't mean that everybody's comfortable with them. I might not be in the mood to deal with white shenanigans that day. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, okay, so look, hey guys, look, I found a toxic person online who I am categorizing as lefty, I suppose. Like, you understand there are, like, ethno-nationalists who are not white, who are right-wing, right? Like, is that what we're running with here? She looks Asian, therefore she's lefty. What about this marks this as a specifically left-wing position?
And another thing, it feeds into their ego. Like, don't let them think they're a good white person. Don't give them that card to use against other people. Please don't do that.
Yeah, exactly. They always say explicit bigotry is better than hidden bigotry, but then they always mean some guy going, I am a racist, smile, not like Jim Crow, yeah.
I think another thing which the right has in its favor, especially today, is that it accepts whiteness as an identity, as it is. That is, white individuals who are on the right are not told that they must feel guilty. They are not told about...
Why are they categorized as white individuals? People with pale skin were not always categorized as white individuals. The only reason why you have a collapse of white into a single category when people used to have like a tremendous degree of prejudice for people, like, for example, if you were of Irish descent, if you were from this or that province or this or that county or whatever. The only reason why is because they've been juxtaposed against non-white and black, etc., as being different / better in the historical conception until relatively recently, largely as a result of really serious, harsh pushback. Not nice liberal conversations either. Centrists like her just a mask for worse people. Yeah, basically. Thank you, Charlie. To onboard the category whiteness is valid is to onboard the scheme of racial classification that permitted things like slavery and racial segregation in the first place. Granting that is not to the benefit of the left. That undercuts its purpose. That is indulging in a pernicious social fetish, not even to keep up with the right, because they won't. We actually have precedent for this. Lefties in the past have attempted to play catch-up with the right, and because they're playing catch-up, they lose. If you are familiar with the history of the three arrows symbol, that was an attempt to ape the propagandistic style of the Nazis and their swastika. Didn't work. It didn't work, even if it wasn't for the fact the Nazis were placed in power by the people in power as basically by fiat. Even if they were only competing democratically, the Nazis still had the advantage. They didn't win a majority, but they had more votes than the Soc Dems and the communists. Centrists were just right out at that point, because, of course, when push comes to shove, when the right is ascendant, the centrists bleed wherever is safest.
About their privilege, they are not told to check themselves or that they have all the power. Their identity as a white individual who may be patriotic, who may be family and traditionally oriented, who may be heterosexual and happy in kind of very clearly defined gender roles, is seen as a good and acceptable thing. And I think especially for the large cohort of individuals whom the contemporary left in North America...
Yeah, but it's not just seen as a good and acceptable thing. They also see everything else as disgusting and vile, which is one of the reasons why one of the things that Nick Fuentes has been torn apart for by people on the right is for speculation that he's gay. This is not an advantage of the right. The fact that the right coheres around its bigoted lowest common denominator is not an advantage. Its identity is not a tactical advantage. This is so stupid. This is actually stupid.
America and in Northern Europe has neglected, namely the white working class, definitely find an identity and allegiance in that with the right. And I think another thing that the right really has in its favour
is diverse membership.
At least in, again, I keep repeating,
the right wins on diversity.
Speaking specifically about North America and Northern Europe, is that the right is very accepting of a diverse membership. And this is, again, truly ironic.
It's not only ironic, it's just wrong. That's wrong. That's not true. You'd have to be... I don't know what you'd have to be to think that. That's astonishingly stupid. Even if you identify, and by the way, I know this from experience, even if you identify as a right-winger, you can't have conversations that challenge notions of race, notions of the essentiality of state hierarchies, notions of gender, etc., without simply being ridiculed and pushed out. You get nothing but pillory. There's no discussion. They don't give a shit. There is no diversity on the right. There's none. That's why there's no infighting. That's why there's relatively little infighting on the right. Typically, when there's infighting on the right, it has to do with so-and-so being a dipshit and attacking so-and-so for like easy clout or whatever. It's never really about anything substantial. There isn't like a robust dialogue between monarchists and statists and nationalists and whatnot. Like, do you think Kanye West and Nick Fuentes and Alex Jones and Donald Trump, do you think these people are like leading figures in the American right wing media presence because of just such a robust intellectual diversity? They're all the same.
We look at the political spectrum and we look at that segment which is designated to the right, from the center right to the ultra-orthodox right.
No, I know she means diversity of thought, which is even more wrong. Like, there's no diversity at all. Like, there's really not. The tendency is just conformity for growth purposes.
There is a lot going on, and there is a lot of space for a lot of different identities. You can be conservative in values without being religious. You can be a conservative atheist. You can be a conservative insofar as how you organize your finances and your personal life, whilst being socially quite...
Think of all the flavors of conservative you can be on the right wing. Here's the difference, though. When you're conservative, that conservatism is going to be oriented around that which already was. Otherwise, you're not conserving, are you? And so if everybody is oriented around conserving that which already is, they have the exact same vested interest politically. This is a tiny political cult amidst the vast actual diversity that exists, and the left, insofar as it is a thing, only has a solid identity by not being this, by not being that singular cult. And it is not oriented in its entirety around these institutions or around these things that once were. It is oriented around goals, progress, open-ended goals, making things better and better and better, or breaking down things, saying, is this really necessary? Is this something we can do without? Is this something we maybe should do without in light of these ends that we've already set for ourselves? Are these ends the best ends that we should have? There's a tendency away from ossifying. Insofar as there is a left wing, that's what defines it. It is that tendency towards expanding our horizons, not artificially limiting them because it makes some person get the warm fuzzies.
Liberal. You can celebrate Christmas with your family, believe in the traditional family unit, be patriotic, whilst also being completely anti-establishment. There are vigilant...
Yeah, but anti-establishment doesn't really mean being anti-establishment. Being anti-establishment means you yell at the TV and at the government while basically taking part in activities that empower the state and empower like your preferred candidates for those offices. On the grounds that they protect the status quo from being critiqued and changed. I don't know if, like, you understand, like, the tendency, the overwhelming tendency for the past few years has been to try and ban books, ban subjects, get certain topics removed from universities and from public schools, and to basically just narrow the range of acceptable discourse by force of law.
There are libertarians, there is a whole situation going on there, and it is truly diverse and fascinating just from a political and theoretical perspective.
You do not have the toolkit to make that judgment. You don't know anything. Somebody asks you, hey, you bill yourself as somebody who went to a prestigious university, as someone who's interested in ideas. What influenced you? What can I read to, like, better my understanding of the thing? That's a really hard question. I just like Dostoevsky, all of it. I read Hobbes before I go to bed. But you have nothing to say about any of these things because you don't care about them. They're a hood ornament. It's a decoration. It's window dressing. You know what the grand irony is? When I brought up that thing with Wicked Supreme, and I said, like, hey, so you've insisted that the position, that the purpose of the role of a content creator, of a political content creator, is to deal with ideas. Well, just for my, just humor me, can you demonstrate even an awareness of any of these things that people with ideas will touch upon or talk about at some level ever? Because you'll find them all over the place. Hell, just even if you just watch right-wing channels, to be totally honest with you, watch like Academic Agent or something. He'll touch on John Stuart Mill. He'll touch on Hobbes. He'll touch on da-da-da-da-da. You'll know their names. You'll know of them. Maybe you don't know a thing about them, but you'll know of them. You'll know they exist. Nada. In fact, he's so disinterested in ideas. When I say, hey, I think you'd make a really good Iago, because we're talking about his theater aspirations, he thought that was a parrot. His interest in history and culture and politics stops at Disney cartoons. That's what... now, that was characterized as like, oh, look at all the books I can list. That's not the point. The point was, if you're going to say you're an ideas person, if you're going to use that as a justification for irresponsible actions online, you'd best be able to demonstrate some investment in ideas. That's what she's doing, though. She's saying, look, I'm interested in just all of this highfalutin literature. I've read the greats, the dead old white men. I'm a sophisticated student of Hobbes. Really, what did Hobbes say? I don't know. What's your favorite Dostoevsky?
But it also means that there's a lot of space for a lot of identities.
Oh. And I'm reading Simone de Beauvoir. I'm just kidding, and Catherine McKinnon, because I just think that womanness isn't appreciated in modern society. Being nice and caring and motherly, that's just an undervalued trait. Literally, go watch the stream on my second channel. It's actually astonishing.
And I think because the right and conservative thinking is very much about the family and tradition and also every individual for themselves, I think it works weirdly. And the right is a...
No. They're all culturally invested in the same thing, and so there is no actual diversity. What you're talking about is like, well, they're all the same politically and socially and whatever. They all do the same stuff, and they vote the same way, and da-da-da-da. They actually vote less the same way than they do all the other stuff. But that aside, but they have different feelings. They like different music. Some of them like their pizza hot. Some of them like their pizza cold. Okay.
A very mixed bag of identities of individuals who are working class to the ultra rich. And this is truly exceptional and very interesting to see, especially in our day and age. And I think adding on to this,
it's almost like the ultra rich are targeting their propaganda at the working class. But what do I know?
Another reason why the right is at an advantage relative to the left today, I would say, is because of populism.
Il punto è che io credo in una società nella quale ad ogni scelta che fai corrispondono delle conseguenze e te ne assumi la responsabilità. Io rifiuto una società nella quale ogni desiderio diventa un diritto, ogni capriccio diventa un diritto, nella quale non ho responsabilità, ho solo diritti. Lo rifiuto, è sbagliato.
Right-wing populism continually and repeatedly outperforms left-wing populism in North America and in Northern Europe. That is within the most advanced modern societies.
And I'll tell you why. It's because the left-wing is critical of massive corporations and magnates who are invested in inequalities and bigotries and state boundaries and all these different things perpetuating indefinitely. And those same people are the ones paying for right-wing propaganda. Right-wing conspiracy mongers whinge about George Soros funding a communist revolution. They're all doing the same thing tenfold, constantly. Constantly. The left is critical of those things. They're critical of a lot of the people who would give them the money to succeed. They're critical of the institutions that they fetishize. In point of fact, it's precisely because there is an inherent conservative core at the highest echelons of society that the left is always going to be at a disadvantage. Because every single rich person who votes left, who propagandizes left, does so against their advantage as a rich person. Or They're banking on them not making any headway. This feeds in again to like her notion that, well, the left just needs to abandon trans people. They're not important. They shouldn't be the focus, you know? Yeah, the Nazis are targeting Jews, but they're just 1% of the population. Let's take it easy, guys. Let's not be hysterical. Which essentially is treating it as a non-issue. This is not important. Which is essentially giving the floor to the side that is persecuting that group. Ceding all of the ground. What's even left at that point? What's even left at that point?
And I think this has a lot to do with our history of neoliberalism relative to that of, say, Latin America or Southern Europe. Right-wing populists overwhelmingly reject neoliberal economic principles and overwhelmingly reject...
No, right-wing politics actually basically is parasitic on neoliberal economic principles and then whines about it after the fact. But they're perfectly happy to leverage it. Perfectly happy to. No, they in very bad faith try to pin the results of neoliberalism on racial diversity, on gender nonconformity, on equality of the sexes in voting, on the failure to defend borders with armed guard, to not execute criminals en masse. But they're not against neoliberalism. First of all, they barely understand it. They only understand neoliberalism as part of a sort of a blob justification, or a blob component of their general critique of modern society, which is basically amounts to, once you boil it down, modern buildings don't look like they come from Skyrim, and I can't get a date that just wants to be my domestic servant. They're not against neoliberalism. They don't understand neoliberalism.
The establishment and elites. Yet on the other hand, they overwhelmingly, as I've described, embrace right-wing social trends and principles of homogeneity, of anti-immigration, of the family, of tradition, nostalgia. And this most definitely, I think, contributes to the diversity of the right. Contrary to what on the other...
The diversity of the right is contributed to by its total homogeneity. Brilliant. It's genius. You really... just big brain on this one.
Other hand is, relatively speaking, the lack of diversity on the left. Because on the left, you can't be a progressive whilst also simultaneously critiquing the left.
Yes, you can. They do it all the time. They do it all the time. What are you talking about? Let's assume, for argument's sake, that annoying person who's like, hey, you can't bring your white friends to your, like, non-white group or whatever without asking everybody first, because they don't want to deal with their white stuff. Who's she talking to? She's not talking to the right. She's making a very bad critique of other people, presumably on the left. That's assuming that you're characterizing this person as left-wing accurately. I think it's probably a stretch. It doesn't matter. Once again, you need to make a decision, Kidology. Is the left dogmatic and hounding out dissent wherever it appears, and not allowing for any diversity, or are they constantly infighting? You can't have both. These are contradictory. If they're infighting, there must by definition be a diversity of something at least. If the right's not infighting, that actually implies less diversity. That suggests they're all on the same page. maybe their standards are low. Maybe, for example, yeah, they're accepting of if you're religious, and they're accepting of if you're a Nazi, because at the end of the day, that other stuff, that's all just fluff. What they actually care about is getting the non-whites and women out of their spaces, which is the case. That's what they care about.
You are not deemed a proper leftist if you are, for instance, pro-capitalism but anti-neoliberalism. You can't be considered a leftist if you...
Because that's not a leftist position. You're critical of some particular development, but you're basically pro the status quo. That's not left-wing. That doesn't make you categorically right-wing as a holistic description of your position. Like, hell, Marx-like capitalism was a necessary condition of the more radical revolution that would take place later on. He was critical of it as an essentialized description of just like how human beings engage in production and exchange, because that's not what it is at all, or at least very least it's not natural. It's very historically contingent. It is not something we necessarily need. But as a necessary part of a description of our historical trajectory, in terms of our self-understanding, how we organize, it's absolutely essential. Not only that, it's also, you can determine with a certain degree of confidence that this is a condition of developments that were conditioned upon there being capitalism before. And if you think that those things are good, well, then there you go. To a certain extent, you endorse capitalism, at least for a spell. There are also positions that aren't inherently left or right wing, and that's it. Like, maybe you believe that there's some kind of do you believe in aliens? Do extraterrestrials exist? That's not inherently left or right wing. Do you think the Earth is 4 billion years old? 6,000 years old? Odds are you're right wing if you think the latter, but not inherently left or right wing. Immaterial. Are you pro-capitalist? Well, depending on what that means, you could be right wing. Or you could just be skeptical of alternatives that have been proposed as things that can be implemented as a policy, which is different. Because you may think that capitalism is simply something that's not permanent and shouldn't be fetishized, but nonetheless not be pro-alternatives, which treat it as if it's something that can be simply slotted out and replaced with something else, an equivalent.
You are gay, if you are a lesbian, but you are also living a very conservative kind of life or vote for a conservative candidate. There is far more rigid...
No, it's more that people on the left don't typically go, well, you know, this person's advocating for like the total erasure of trans people from society. But they are gay, though. Think about how stupid that is.
Criteria in place for why and how you can be a leftist relative to that of being on the right. And this
And by the way, gay people on the right are excoriated. They are excoriated and ridiculed. They are tolerated, either as a clown that they can poke fun at, or as a point of access to audience capture, if they have some following.
Increasingly is something that is in the favor of the right relative to the modern left. And I think in this, the left is also not as appreciative of the multifaceted and diverse nature of the right, because traditionally being on the right was very simply defined. It was a very simple label. But I think increasingly as modernity hits the right, things have inevitably changed.
What the fuck are you talking as modernity hits the right? The right is a modern category. The right doesn't exist before you have modern states. What is she talking about?
changed. Our social world has changed. Religion doesn't hold as key a position in society. Conventional identities are no longer just...
Lady, there are Bibles on the moon. What do you mean religion doesn't... When was the last atheist president? Anybody remember? I don't. You think they're all just like, they're just good old boys that went to Sunday school and they really believe No. Barack Obama was a marriage traditionalist when he went into office. He switched cynically later on. Why? Because religion has power.
Accepted as the standard, and many on the right are appreciative of this, but ultimately still remain conservative, even if it is conservative with a small c. So with that in mind, I would...
That's a fascist you're looking at right there.
Like in the next part of this video to speak about some of the things I've noticed, particularly with the online left and online left-leaning video essays.
Okay, hang on. Let's look at this thing again. So, okay, so on this spectrum, there's the radical left, and then there's the online left. Circa 2010s. Is there another entry for online left? I don't see one. The fundamental left. Anti-imperialism and urban guerrilla tactics. It's radical to be anti-neoliberal, apparently. I don't understand what I'm looking at here. This is a madwoman's breakfast.
Essayists and debaters. And these are things which I notice, which I think undermine the left and undermine the appeal of the left to a broader audience that I think ultimately the left is trying to attract, but is I think failing to because of a lot of the things which I have said above, especially about why I think people are leaving the left. The online left is very interesting. I don't think that...
She thinks people are leaving the left because they aren't the right.
They have a lot of power now, but I think increasingly as generations to come are socialized more and more so by the internet and online relative to by their families, their parents, their teachers and peers, we are going to see online leftists and the online left gaining more clout and more influence over an audience. And so I think it's important to talk about these things and to reckon with these things rather than just going along with them, because I think critique is important for anybody and for everybody in order to engage in discourse and in order to grow or to evolve.
A note of caution, as a quick reminder, just in case you were wondering, I am apolitical. I do stay very politically informed, primarily due to my own curiosity and interest. However, I do not participate in politics.
I would say the first thing that I've noticed about the online left is that...
Alright, we're in part 2. We're hitting the 3-hour mark. I'm going to refill my glass, and then we will continue. This will be the break. And I guess we're going right through to the end. I'll be right back. We've made it to part 2. Dear God. This just never ends, does it? Can we finish this in an hour? There's about half an hour of footage left. I think we can do it. Hour and a half, maybe? Let's try. Remember, by the way, like and share the stream if you like what I do. And I do have a Patreon if you want to support what I do in future. I rely on that, so that would be fantastic. YouTube ad revenue is very fickle, and I don't chase ad revenue typically. I try to aim for quality and research first. So, you could speed her up a bit? No. We need to absorb the music.
Is incredibly cliquey.
Today we are going to be talking about the creepy Balenciaga photo shoot you may have heard of.
Okay. This is important, okay? So listen to this.
Wolf. I would say the first thing that I've noticed about the online left is that it is incredibly cliquey.
Today we are
Okay, so she's going to show shoe on head. Here's something you will notice about the online right, with few exceptions. They're all friends with each other. They're all constantly on the exact same shows, the same podcasts. They're all hosting events for each other. They're all plugging each other's books. They're all appearing on each other's channels. And again, there is no infighting because there is no intellectual diversity. But the upshot of this is that you are gatekept from ascending in the right by those people. It only appears to not be cliquey because, for the most part, there's just one big clique. That's oversimplifying, of course, but like with the left, it appears to be cliquey because you have a massive array of people with radically different political positions who are fighting with each other. Because there is true intellectual diversity. That's what happens. A marketplace of ideas is not the absence of an agonistic process, it is the presence of one, if it exists at all.
We are going to be talking about the creepy Balenciaga photo shoot you may have heard of, how I helped accidentally kick off Balenciaga Gate, the bizarre defenses of the photo shoot, and how I lost friends over it. No, I'm not joking. The worst part about this is that this tweet came from a YouTuber who I've been friends with for years. Why is this person, who I thought was my friend, doing—
Because you tried to pedo jacket him in front of an audience. That's why, Shu. That's why.
This unhinged Stretch Armstrong reach to imply I am responsible for the murder of LGBT people. This isn't how you would treat a friend. This isn't criticism. This isn't a joke. This is disgusting.
You've been using your platform for years now to fearmonger about trans people, about grooming, when you had trans friends on your stream. But that's cool. Let me review very quickly. Shoe on head Balenciaga. Sorry, I was just reviewing the Balenciaga thing. It's been a hot minute. I don't really pay attention to shoe.
Maybe this is karma, because I've dropped friends over politics before. Because honestly, I can't find any other explanation for this.
In this day and age, I would say that the alt-right clique, which we see online, doesn't really have to do much in appealing to new followers. And this is largely because there is, as I said, so much infighting among the left, and because the online left is very extreme in its opinions and is often then seen or caricatured as representing the entirety of the left. And it's very easy to do that.
But that's what you're doing. What are you referring to then when you talk about the online left not brooking dissent but also engaging in constant infighting?
When there is, as I said, so much infighting, and when the left really doesn't have a homogenous or very clear-cut identity relative to the right, even in all its multifaceted glory. So the cliquiness of the online left is not actually to its advantage. In fact, I think it just feeds into a lot of the infighting that we see in the generic left in North America and in Northern Europe. Because I think what is interesting is that when we look at alt-right cliques such as that of Ben Shapiro and Jordan Peterson, Candace Owens, Matt Walsh, etc., their allegiance is very much a political one. They are political collaborators. They are trying to politically influence and to make money. They are trying to spread a particular social, political, economic message.
They are a clique. They are a clique. Normal people don't get access to Jordan Peterson. Normal people don't get access to Dave Rubin. They're a clique.
They are in allegiance because there is some kind of self-interest, some kind of overall interest for them and for the brand that is, say, the Daily Wire. With the online left, however, their allegiance and their collaboration is not one that is sort of a higher purpose. It's about friendship. People who collaborate...
No, it's not about friendship. It can be about friendship, but by and large, it's about the specific goals that you want to attain and the specific types of advocacy that you're engaging in. They aren't all trying to filter ad revenue together like a blue whale filtering krill. But that's what Jordan Peterson and David Rubin and all those hacks are doing. They're doing what you're doing because they know that there is a massive film of uninformed people with no substance whatsoever, who are just thirsty for nothing else but to be able to vent their spite, their anger at everything, on something tangible. That's what it is. Generally, left-wing channels are defined by having like particular types of advocacy that they're concerned with. The right doesn't really have that focus. If you've seen like Sargon of Akkad's This Week in Stupid series, that's basically the extent of right-wing punditry. That's all they do. It's just, oh, and here we found a news story from some rando over here where can you believe that this school is putting a book about trans people, who of course are groomers, into their schools, it's into their school library? It's like, that's all it amounts to. That's literally it. That's all they do. Or you get Jordan Peterson barely lucid in front of a pile of logs going, what people need to understand is that we have to consume the father in order to give birth to the antithesis of the dragon, or something.
Collaborate on YouTube on the left are friends, and a lot of their collaboration is based on their friendship, or the drama surrounding that friendship is based on
I'm in no way saying that these friendships are bad. What I'm saying is that especially in this politicized day and age, critiquing or even being willing to critique the ideas and politics of your friends is something that is seen in very black and white terms. No, literally every single person in these spheres, even in the most cliquey of them, engage in very public debates with high personal stakes all the time. That's the infighting you were pointing to earlier. There's constant disputes about things because there's true diversity of opinion. Online friendships are ended because of political differences, and these friendships are based on political sameness. Well, yeah, politics matters. Politics has to do, among other things, with vying for decision-making authority within an organization that is defined by its unmatched capacity to wage war and to commit acts of violence. That's what a state is. Yeah, you would break friendships around people who, for example, are contemptful of others of your friends, or of people of your own description, or of your ideas, who don't treat you with respect, or who want to undermine you. Why on earth would you be friends with those people? Like if you're enemies, you're not friends. Certainly not in a public-facing space where your activism is synonymous with how you comport yourself.
Personal things that then get exposed in DMs, in conversations that they have together. It's all very much based on friendships ending or being
You heard it here, folks. It's all very much based.
created. And I think with anything that involves friendship, it's very hard, at least contemporarily, to go against your friends or to critique
Here,
and
let's look at
criticize.
this. Online leftist friendship politics. I don't know who any of these people are. I don't know who any of these people are. I know who FD Signifier is. I vaguely know of Mr. Beard. The queer Kiwi. Who's Shakespeare? Noah Sampson. Okay. Maybe this is like...
as your friends. There is no room, space, or time for a critique.
Yeah, some of these people don't really make leftist content. Yeah, I don't know what this is. And I wouldn't really characterize Noah Sampson as like a leftist content creator. He's just kind of a essayist. He doesn't really stake himself out in any way. Jake Doolittle. Is Jake Doolittle even a leftist? Like, I think a lot of these people are just drama channels. Mr. Beard. I think Mr. Beard is sort of lefty. Okay, his political beliefs. This is Mr. Beard. In case anyone is wondering my exact political beliefs, I think I would consider myself a minarcho-socialist. I believe the state is necessary, but I want as little of it as possible, and I think workers should own the means of production through worker co-ops. I'm obviously socially progressive. I'm much more libertarian than authoritarian. I believe in as much direct democracy as possible, and I'm still torn between whether central planning or market socialism would be better. I think that's about it. So he's pretty eclectic. So he's sort of left-leaning. Yeah. I don't think I would characterize that as like an anchor of the left, though. You're just showing like a network of people who you think have a friendship relationship. Also, like, streamers interact with each other based upon, like, chemistry, often. If you have, like, people you just can't talk to, you don't talk to them as frequently. That's not being a clique, that's just, like, personalities are not rubbing the right way.
Speak of ideas
The right
and
does this too.
positions when there is only really time for friendship. There's no potential for ideas to evolve, to be rectified, to be discussed, to be rediscussed. When I watch left-leaning YouTubers who collaborate with each other, it's all laughing, it's all fun, it's all laughing at the other side, at something stupid that the right has done, etc. There's hardly any real hard-hitting discussion.
Of course, there are individual examples. An overwhelming miasma of them, but I'm not disputing that at all. However, there is not a homogeneous nor broad narrative encompassing the majority. What? But that's good. You don't want a homogeneous or broad narrative encompassing the majority. I thought you were... What are you talking... Has she lost her own plot? What is she saying here? Hang on, let's go back a couple seconds.
It's all fun, it's all laughing at the other side.
Okay, so when leftists are talking to each other, the leftists who are always infighting, whenever they talk with each other, they're just laughing at the other side and it's all fun, apparently.
Something stupid that the right has done, etc. There's hardly any real hard-hitting discussions about ideas on the left.
There's no hard-hitting discussions about ideas on the left, but they're all infighting. I assume with hammers. Because I don't know where else that could be taking place.
About macroeconomics, about macro politics, about the...
Oh, I see. They're only talking about human beings, and, you know, screw those. Because you're the person who goes to sleep with Hobbes every night, and you can only think in terms of a paradox strategy game, which I can't even figure that out, so I guarantee you can't. This is, like,
world
this
and
is incoherent.
society and the place
She's
of the
incoherent.
left within it. What can be
Her
done
brain is scrambled
about
egg.
the current state of the world, the current situation that we find ourselves in? The clique serves nobody but the individuals involved when it comes to the left, relative to the alt-right clique, the most notable one of the Daily Wire. It is a clique that has significance, that goes way beyond its members. If you replaced any one of them with somebody else, the clique would still be there. It would still hold because it has an overarching purpose. You could replace Ben Shapiro with any Tom, Dick or Harry. It doesn't matter. Candace Owens could be booted out and they could get another Candace. It would be fine. It would still exist. The same cannot be said for the left.
You just said the left was cliquey. Now you're saying the right has the advantage because it's dominated by a clique. The problem is no unifying vision because we're not diverse enough and are always infighting because we're a homogenous clique. Basically.
Now, this relates directly to what I said about political dogma and also about the convenience of...
Oh, the most replayed section is coming up right here, so that's going to be interesting.
I think, lazy argumentation that the left is particularly susceptible to. Now, when I say this, I'm in no way saying that, contrary to the right, the left is lazy. Oh no, not at all. I think that it's just that what I said about the left having potential, particularly insofar as historically the left has rarely been all about labour. And I don't mean labour as in the political sense or the political word and kind of...
Sunday, it's not pronounced clique. Yes, it is. No, because you guys are fucking Americans, that's why. Look at this, I'll pull it right up. How to pronounce clique.
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 Clique. Clique.
Clique.
Super chat me, you fools.
Notation of labour. I mean true labour. The left has worked throughout history, hard and brutally, and it has produced the most exceptional things, the most exceptional inventions.
I'm not American, I'm Canadian, proud member of the Commonwealth. I pronounce it clique. Unlike you rebel scum.
Most exceptional structures, architecture, things that we take for granted in the world are down to just the common man and woman laboring. And so I'm in no way saying that the right isn't lazy. I just think that, ironically, a lot more things are to the right's advantage, and that is just an example of how particular politics is just that. It's politics,
No,
it's contradictory, it's
okay.
unfair.
No. It is spelled CLIQUE, but it's phonetically clique.
And we have to accept it and work with it and go with it. And I think that this particular issue is one in which the left really does not fare well in, and increasingly will not. The left used to be on the side of the working class, specifically the white working class.
No, the left originally was on the side of the merchant class. It extended to the working class later on. And when we say working class, we are not talking about just manual laborers, and we are not, like, what does she mean by working class? What does she mean? Does she mean the poor?
Something pivotal happened in the 1980s. I think a lot of things that we can reference back to really stems from the 1980s, from the governments of Margaret Thatcher and Ronald Reagan. But in short, the left didn't put up any opposition and ultimately actually just accepted and consolidated.
That is, left political parties who themselves adopted neoliberal reforms. Yeah, because they were political parties, you doofus. Political parties have an inherently conservative bent to them. You're not talking about the left, you're talking about institutionalized political parties. Groups that are identified by the government, as the government, by the way, is persecuting radical, like working class nationalists and whatnot, in Ireland and places like that, violently, they've identified them as kosher, as safe. There's no such thing as a truly left political party, because it would be too radical to run, essentially. Certainly under those conditions. Like the Democrats and Labor, like they're parties for the left, but that doesn't make themselves left-wing. And they have their own existence and their own, like, policy positions and their own wealth to consider. Iron law of oligarchy.
The neoliberal policies and initiatives of the Thatcher and Reagan governments. We have seen the rise of the New Left or New Labour in the UK, and very much a sort of new rebranding of the left. But it is a rebranding that is very ambiguous and very much
The New Left is from the 60s and 70s.
Lacking in identity, something I will get to shortly. But I think in this, as I said, the left seems to be drawn to micro issues as opposed to macro issues. And I think the most obvious...
Gender is not a micro issue. Gender encompasses everyone and a massive range of social problems, not just trans people. Trans people happen right now to be specifically targeted for persecution, so they stand to lose the most as of right now, in a very immediate and acute sense. But these, like the gender essentialism according to which those people are targeted, that affects everybody. That's the thing that conditions us to treat people with penises as being fit for economic slavery and destruction in war, and people with vaginas as fit for domestic servitude. That's what that does. That affects everybody. Like, people don't like, and I mentioned this in another stream, a lot of people on the right will talk about how they don't like the idea of women in war because they just hate the idea of delicate, caring people being subjected to being ripped apart by the metal projectiles of an opposing military. But that's not really true, because they're actually perfectly fine with that, provided that the gentle, caring person who is not fit for combat has a dick. Then it's just... that's sort of fine with that.
Micro issue that the left is very, very much drawn to, especially younger members of the left, is transgender rights and transgender issues. And I think in this, the left has very much left or just abandoned the white working class, who tend to be very traditionalist, who tend to be patriotic, who tend to have lower levels of education than the, I would say, the new left perspective.
Yeah, but you characterize them attempting to educate them as being what's the word? I lost the word. God damn it. Intolerant of opposing ideas. You want the maintenance of their uneducated positions into perpetuity. You consider it balanced that people with an uneducated position be taught as equivalent to people with an educated position. Effectively, what you want is for a giant temple to be mounted and maintained by the left to the ideas that they've spent years and years and years and billions of man hours and gallons of blood breaking down. You don't want to reach the working class. You want to exploit the working class. That's what this is. Because what you are doing is feeding someone who is embedded against the left, like the most therapeutic tidbit possible. You are saying, hey, not only are you right, you working class nationalist, your opponents, even on their own terms, they are flawed because they need to come to you and grovel, or else they're not doing politics right, because that's what it's about.
And new leftists who have had their identity since the 1980s virtually ripped from them after the demise of trade unions and unionism, of manual labor, of communities very much based in the working class ethic, in the labor ethic. And the same can most definitely be said for, I would say, the North America.
What the hell? What is the labor ethic? What are you talking about?
Specifically the US.
Where in the world is this possible? Because I would like to go there and contribute.
This is the same person from before. She's found one person who she finds annoying, and she just posts clips from her.
Well, shit, fire, and save matches. Somebody woke up on the wrong side of the bed today. Seems like she's wanting to go back to the 1700s where everybody was just mean to everybody else. Honey, if you want to go somewhere where you want to contribute to that little factor, why don't you come on down to the South? You know, I mean, because apparently we're racist towards everybody, and we don't pop nobody for being racist towards anybody else. That's a myth. You know, you'd be safe, you'd be fine. I'm sure you'd make it.
And by the by, yeah, good point. Who was responsible for the dissolution of the trade unions? Those darn leftists, of course. Those darn leftists alienated the working class by abolishing the trade unions.
Down the block, but that's besides the point. I mean, if you want to come down here and try it, you're more than welcome.
And so as the left preoccupies itself with micro issues, we have a bit of a conundrum. And the conundrum is that the modern left does not seem willing or wanting to in any way engage with trying to understand the perspective of those whom the left has now left behind since the 1980s. Nor does it
Once again, who is she talking about? Is the left dogmatic and hierarchical and unwilling to brook dissent, or is it constantly infighting? You need to decide.
Willing to appreciate that the majority of people in the world are far more concerned with macro issues when we are talking about politics, or with their own individual issues, namely that of their families. And the left, rather than trying to...
Look, she actually has the gall to say, look, here's my primary sources. They are fully referenced throughout the video. She has links to podcasts. A few podcasts, a website. She doesn't give us the names or the links to any of the articles or clips that she posts. And her response is like, her citation for the left has abandoned the working class is a couple of TikToks. Some southern lady got offended at some person on TikTok. That's what she's got. The same person as last time. She has a sample size so far of about like 4 people.
to understand this, trying to engage with this particular demographic, which it has historically now left behind, instead tends to just label these individuals as racists, as bigots, as transphobes, as all of these sort of phobias, which is why I say that the left has this issue of calling everyone, everywhere, anywhere, some kind of phobia, some kind of issue.
Lady, you were just talking earlier about how you were really disturbed about somebody being resigning from The Guardian because she was criticized for defending some kind of turf thing, some kind of letter or whatever. You said you listen to this person constantly. You insist that trans people are just not important. You're really, really intent on preaching about how like trans women in sports is like a serious problem. Maybe the reason why you don't take people seriously when they call people transphobes, or when they take transphobia seriously, or when that becomes like the subject of dispute, is because you yourself are a transphobe and have profound contempt for trans people as a group. You just dislike them. You just don't care what happens to them, because you know you're the main character. You're the sophisticated one who likes Donna Tartt novels and who reads Hobbes before bed. By the way, as somebody who actually has training in your field, you make me laugh.
And in that, not having to deal with that issue, not having to do the labor to try and understand where somebody or some groups are coming from. Hello, editing me once again. Since the arrest of Andrew Tate, I have been thinking about this quite thoroughly. On Twitter and on YouTube, it is very apparent that the left doesn't know how to talk about masculinity, nor to give masculinity a positive voice. And I think this not knowing how to talk about masculinity stems from the fear, the very modern fear of masculinity among the left, particularly stemming from feminism and feminist rhetoric. And don't come after me, I am a feminist. But there are very important things to consider when it comes to feminism and it comes to the online.
If you're a feminist, I'm a monarchist.
Left's fixation with, as I said, micro issues such as those that I have referenced, or reducing everything to systematic factors such as being the issue of capitalism, being the issue of patriarchy, being the issue of racism, things which are well and good in theoretical terms, but when it comes to individuals navigating their lives day to day nonchalantly, these theoretical terms and notions of systemic issues or micro issues are pretty innate.
Systemic issues aren't micro issues. Definitionally, they are not micro issues. Systemic issues are issues pertaining to the system. They're issues inherent in a system, rather.
Contrary to the online left, the rhetoric of reactionaries or essentialist ideas about the world are very accessible. They're also pretty welcoming, and they address something that I think we can see most definitely with modern masculinity. That of great neglect of men and modern men and socializing and the socialization of modern men. Mutual respect for the concerns and issues surrounding and involving men. Tolerance and understanding for masculinity and men.
What are you calling masculinity, though? If by masculinity you mean what, guys existing, what is the argument here exactly? What is being intended by masculinity? If what's being intended is like the idea of like people occupying some kind of people having some kind of character of being like brave or hardworking or tough or whatever, that shouldn't be characterized as a strictly male quality. That again feeds into the idea that women are sort of inherently servile and weak and cowardly and soft and just, you know, not the agents of action. So the only thing you can be thinking about when you say masculinity, it's not really that. What you're thinking of is a bunch of losers who are complaining because they have to actually impress people to get sex from them. And then you have a whole bunch of snake oil salesmen giving them a solution. You can just trick them, or you can bully them or abuse them or whatever. Because there's one of two possibilities here. Either masculinity is a highly contingent and fraught category that you are fetishizing to appeal to a crowd that itself has like a very vacuous notion of what that means, and only really means it by negation, as in that which is the complement of the inherently slavish part of society, which is women on that view. Or you mean people whose sole goal in life is to manipulate women into getting their dick wet. Which is why I don't think you're a feminist for 1 second. I think you're full of shit when you say you read people like Simone de Beauvoir and Catherine McKinnon. I think you've heard their names. Well done. But I don't think you have even the faintest notion of what those people care about. I don't think you have the faintest notion of anything. I think you are an extremely incurious and arrogant slob of a human being, who's just really, really happy that she doesn't have to work anymore.
Growing up in this world, as well as anxiety. Examples such as Andrew Tate are interesting instances of how reactionary politics can offer practical responses to the cost of living, to masculinity.
She's a feminist, she's a trans-exclusive feminist. You know what a trans-exclusive feminist is? It's sort of like calling a 17th century liberal, or I guess an 18th century liberal. It's sort of like calling an 18th century liberal left wing in 2022. They're not. At one point, maybe. Not anymore. Why? Because it's not about the policies you adopt. It's not about the stuff you care about. It's about your orientation. So if you are oriented around an ossifying notion of femininity that assumes an inherent, by definition, actually, it assumes an inherent weakness and subordinateness of female to male, which is sort of the implication, isn't it? When you think that trans women must necessarily always be superior because of the fact they went through puberty prior to HRT. If your notion of masculinity assumes that it's some essential set of qualities having to do with action, boldness, and responsibility, the implication is that the consequence of that as well is that you assume that the complement to masculinity are the things that aren't that. You are assuming for femininity weakness, passivity, cowardice, servility. Not cowardice, cowardice.
To a society which fixates on appearances, on the physical, on sex, to globalization, to multiculturalism, especially for those who are increasingly being left behind and
Hang on, let's go back a little bit. I rambled too long, I couldn't hear what you were saying.
Fixates on especially. Examples such as Andrew Tate are interesting instances of how reactionary politics can offer practical responses to the cost of living, to masculinity, to a society which fixates on appearances, on the physical, on sex, to globalization, to multiculturalism, especially for those who are increasingly being left behind and ignored, not just by society in general, but specifically by the left. Reactionary politics is...
What if they're not being left behind and ignored? And what's actually happening is you have a very powerful, moneyed set of interests that are funneling tremendous amounts of cash into propagandizing towards the lowest common denominator, the idea that all of their ills are the result of activism in favor of other people's rights and other people's increased wealth. What if? And what if the cost of indulging in these positions, which you say the left must do, is that the left basically cedes all of the ground to those people they are specifically against. Because that's the implication. They're providing practical solutions to a problem. It never occurs to her that maybe the fomenting of the idea that this is a problem is itself a propagandistic tool. Why? Because she buys into it. She buys into it.
Is very good at framing itself as being there in order to help people, as well as attracting those who resonate with their message without actually being hateful, bad people, racist people, whatever phobia people themselves, who otherwise feel neglected, ignored, and as if their life is not going anywhere.
Yeah, but typically the evidence for them feeling neglected and ignored and that their life is not going anywhere is that they can't get into a university. And they said, oh, there's a scholarship here that's for students from non-white families or students who are experiencing like some kind of oppression or whatever. And the number of scholarships hasn't dropped. It's the same. They just personally didn't get in, and it's convenient. Because everybody thinks they're a genius. Everybody thinks they're smarter than the people around them. So like, why didn't I get in? I'm better than them. Doesn't make any sense. And I know all of the hard stuff that I had to get over to get to where I am. I've got excuses. Yeah, sure, I didn't do particularly well here or there, but my parents were stressed out too from time to time. We had periods where we had to like eat nothing but peanut butter sandwiches for a couple of days because money was tight. I didn't get the newest smartphone. I didn't get a Nintendo when that came out. Like we had hardships too.
We are living in a loneliness epidemic, and the
Oz is smarter than her by orders of magnitude, which is a terrifying thought.
unaliving rates for men are exponentially higher than that of women. Generically, the online left doesn't speak about this, nor acknowledges that this is even happening. So when reactionaries have the language of taking back control...
No, they're liars. Those people are liars. They're lying about the problem. They're lying that the solution that they're offering is a solution to a problem. And they're raking it in and causing a whole bunch of other people to copy the grift. That's it. This didn't come about because of a deficit on the left. This came about because people on the right saw an opportunity. But that's it. They saw an opportunity to lie. It's like, well, like think about it for a second. It's like, you know what the problem is? You know what the problem is with the left? Is, while Russia was invading Ukraine, they didn't invade Bolivia or something. Like, there are particular people who are doing a bad thing. That does not represent a strategic gain for the right. That represents a crime that people on the right are willing to indulge in. That's all that represents.
Sovereignty, autonomy, making America, and therefore by extension yourself, great.
Like, criticizing entrenched notions of gender is specifically to the end of offsetting those problems. And unfortunately, like, at the end of the day, there isn't anything else to tell most people except, look, if you don't have resources to make yourself useful to a partner, if you don't have a work ethic that gives them hope that you will be able to generate resources that makes you useful as a partner, if you aren't interesting, if you haven't bothered to take an interest in things, you have stuff to say, if you have a bad attitude, if you don't have like good hygiene, so you're not like unpleasant to be around, you just gotta fix those. That's it. Because unfortunately, leftists gotta clean their rooms too. It's just how it be. But we already do that. We already tell each other that. This is not a deficit. The thing that Andrew Tate gives you is, hey, I'm rich because I'm a bawling Chad. Give me $50 and I'll teach you how to be rich too. Give me $50 and I'll teach you how to manipulate women so you can have hundreds of sex partners and use them as as like living dolls. That's what the right offers. The right's not filling a need. They're not solving the malaise of modern man. What the right is doing is leaning into the pornographic expectations pushed on men by advertisement, and jangling keys in front, like, hey, give me your money, and I will make your adolescent fantasies come true.
Again. It is, again, no wonder that individuals are drawn to this rhetoric and these narratives. Although Andrew Tate is a misogynist troll, he does also say things which resonate with an audience.
No, he's not a misogynist troll. He's a sex trafficker who sells really pathetic human beings a get-laid-quick scheme, or a get-rich-quick scheme. That's it. This is not because men are left behind. This is because a lot of men don't like the idea of having to be something that people want to have sex with in order to get sex. Bluntly. Sorry, it's just how it is.
Both can be true at the same time. He talks very interestingly, and I think quite profoundly, if I can use that word, about the seeming moral decline in Western civilization.
Another unfair advantage of reactionaries, they don't have to live by example, as Andrew declared. Yeah.
About the lack of moral homogeneity and its consequences on society, its consequences on safety, on feeling at home. Reactionaries and extremists, scapegoat groups, of course, we know this. But as I said, it's important to still look at these things through a lens of understanding as well as empathy.
Yeah, I understand that it's a lie. It's a lie. You don't have to give credit to a lie in order to counter a lie. In fact, that's one thing you shouldn't do. What do you think's going to happen? Like, hey, look, everybody, let's all calm down. Let's tone it down on the rhetoric. You know, the Nazis have a point. It's getting a little too hot in here. No. Are you brain dead?
Especially when that empathy and understanding is needed for individuals who the left is meant to be representing.
He's just like really annoying about how normal he is. Like nothing he says is surprising to me. You're just super into where things are currently and you think politics is cringe.
Who the hell is this?
Left and right, they're both cringe. I don't even watch the news. You have political takes, but because you don't pay attention to politics, they're completely uninformed. Like most average people, you're just like way more online, so you're into fucking constantly talking about how much you hate women.
Who is this?
I am a proud feminist and I like your videos. People like that excluding me from my own movement by including a bunch of issues that have nothing to do with women.
Hey! 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 Do you know what she's talking about? What issues do you think she's talking about, man? A bunch of issues that have nothing to do with women. Brother, that is a transphobe. That is a transphobic, exclusionary, radical feminist. That's why she's a feminist and also a transphobe. Instead of reading comments from pieces of shit that don't think trans women are women, maybe read some comments from my chat that say, I used to watch Sensitive Society. And I really fucking hate him now because I grew up and it took me a while to realize how bigoted he is.
I'll just read the back and forth between Tara Mugni and another subscriber before commenting on it.
Yeah, okay, I can see why your eyes are wide and why you're really intense now after that one, because he was calling you out directly. You saw yourself in that comment. That's why you're offended by it. Like, it's transparent. You're a shit con artist. Everybody can see what you are.
specifically. They, Abba and Preach, love going after trans people, so it's a no from me. The idea that Tara thinks Abba and Preach are transphobic is giving me cognitive dissonance, because I like some of her content, but that take is way off. But it is what it is. Are you kidding? Not at all, Tara. It's fine though. I can concede that it—
Oh, let's see. Abba and Preach transphobic. I don't watch these people, so let's see here. I don't watch Abba and Preach. I don't know if they are. I don't know. I don't understand the point of that clip either. It was that streamer was correct.
a difference in opinion is bound to happen. I couldn't get the screenshot, but Tara—
It was Hassan who called Abba and Preach transphobes, right? That clip. Okay, so that clip was that just irrelevant then? Melly Joy. Who is Melly Joy? Actually, let's find out. I wonder if she still exists. Let's see. Melly Joy. Oh, there's a lot of Melly Joys. Hope that thumbnail's still the same. No, she might have gone off after that. Alas.
I have nothing to do with women. Hey!
Okay, let's see here.
Are not transphobic. They are very pro-trans rights, trans individuals, but they are also very understanding and very sympathetic toward the concerns which are raised by women, biological women, and by feminists.
You know what pisses me off? Is that that's not the majority of trans people.
Absolutely.
That's not the majority of trans
Absolutely.
people. There's and that's the fucked up thing, is that there's a couple of people like that derail the whole discussion, the real discussion that we're supposed to have, and derail what's really going on, and makes everybody in that category look bad. True. That's not all trans people. That's not them. Not all men, not all trans.
Also, you know, I think a lot of folks are online all the time, and so they expect everybody to be like up to date on all this lingo and everything else happening, and it's just not the case.
Yep.
I go to most of my friends, if I go to people in my family, like none of these people know about any of this stuff. So if I would have asked them, what does this person look like to y'all, they would have probably said something similar. So you have to understand where people are at with this conversation, and coming at it from any other perspective is a losing battle, because you're convinced the world is supposed to be one way based off your online interactions or whatever the fuck it might be. Reality is just completely different. Like I said, this person is actually far more progressive than a lot of other people I know. Because this person said, what would you like to be called? And instead of just telling them what you want and then they can do it,
you try to do a whole switcheroo.
You try to get to the root of like what they think and everything else. Like, yo, just keep it pushing, bro. I'm not out here talking to store clerks trying to solve their internal race. Like, it is what it is. Just be respectful of me when I'm in your store, and I'll be respectful of you. And I don't need to know all your fucking personal views. I don't even need you to agree with me. Let's just get this shit right. I'm not here to go send you to sensitivity training. That's not what here. Do your transactions and bitch be gone.
Overall, they add a particular kind of nuance to the conversation. Whether you agree with it or not is irrelevant to the fact that they are in no way anti-trans individuals or anti-trans rights. And I think for Tara to...
Hang on, I need to see the beginning of that again.
Trans individuals, but they are also very understanding and very sympathetic toward the concerns which are raised by women, biological women.
Here, hang on, let's see. Apparently this one, she's actually sourced, so... Full Send Podcast, Andrew Tate and the Nelk Boys. Is this... Hang on, wait. Oh, she didn't even like the Abba and Preach video. She has so much text in the description, and it's just bullshit. Ugh.
And by feminists.
You know what pisses me off? Is that that's not the majority of trans people.
What's not the majority of trans people?
That's not the majority of trans people.
Absolutely.
There's and that's the fucked up thing is that there's a couple of people like that derail the whole discussion, the real discussion that we're supposed to have, and derail what's really going on, and makes everybody in that category look bad. That's not all trans people. That's not them.
Okay, so it sounds like somebody either came onto their show or they watched a clip of somebody just acting in an antisocial way or being, I guess, just aggressive in the conversation. We don't know if it was justified or not because we have zero context. And that's that. What is the purpose to this Kidology? This doesn't supply us with anything. You're just watching somebody who you think is complaining about something that you think is thematically resonant with what you're saying, but it doesn't add anything. It doesn't support anything. It's just, here's some other big streamer. Hey, I'm like you. You'll want to subscribe to me too. Hey, have me on your channel, please.
With me. Let's just get this shit right. I'm not here to go send you the sensitivity training. That's not what here. Do your transactions and bitch be gone.
Overall, they add a particular kind of nuance to the conversation. Whether you agree with it or not is irrelevant to the facts.
So it sounds like somebody probably misgendered somebody at a store. They got upset, and then they were just ridiculing the person. Which, if your reflex is to just completely downplay the psychological impact of that taking place on a regular basis, yeah, I would say that at the very least, it's a fair question. Hey, you seem to have a pretty bad attitude around trans people. You seem to be dismissing them out of hand, like their issues just don't matter. You know, they're side characters or something. That's not cool.
That they are in no way anti-trans
I think I found the veil. Drop it in Discord. Thank you.
individuals or anti-trans rights. And I think for Tara to instinctively label them transphobic and to then insinuate that this individual is somehow peddling to transphobes or to a transphobic perspective by actually...
Okay, here we go.
What would you assume looking at me? No!
Okay, hang on. We have what they're looking at here. Oh, it's only 11 minutes long. Brilliant.
So, what are you? So I can call you sir or ma'am. What are you? What would you assume looking at me? No!
That's extremely rude. That's extremely rude. If that was the initiation of the conversation. Let's see.
No! You're not doing this!
If them call you sir, I don't know what they did then. Because they saw the name on my credit card and they were not being nice people. Well, I mean, that's all your name on the credit card. What do you want them to tell you? That has nothing to do with it. There could be someone in the back that they don't see that's paying. Okay, ma'am. So why would they intentionally do that? Can you tell me what your location has done to be trans competent?
Oh. Okay, this is what this sounds like to me. So, this person presents as female, I would assume. Let's run with that. They have a card. The card has a I don't know, like a feminine name on it. For whatever reason, this person either didn't pass in the eyes of the people who were serving her, and they made like a face, like, really? You know, that kind of thing. And this person was justifiably offended by that. That's a reasonable thing to be offended by. That's extremely disrespectful. You're working in any kind of industry. You're facing the public. You don't do things that entail mocking the people you're engaging with.
Transcompetent. I think it's competent.
Is that because the person is trans?
Yeah. So
No,
I guess
but
they gave him a name, and the name was like James Corden.
Yeah.
So they're like, "Hello, sir," and they're like, "Actually, it's ma'am." And now they're mad about the fact they were.
Oh, yeah. So there was a card. The credit card had like a male coded name on it. The person is presenting as female, and they were, for whatever reason, remarking or making this like a sticking point in their interaction, that there appeared to their vantage to be a discrepancy between the name on the card and the gendered appearance of the person in the car. Yeah, the person's perfectly right to be offended. Is using that kind of lingo, is this like optically a good move? Politically, no. But that's neither here nor there. We're talking about justification at this point. This person isn't like a agent of a movement. It's just a person.
No, because
Could be a liberal or a conservative. We have no idea.
we're covering this. I mean, dude. This man almost killed me, man. No, he almost killed me. It's not that. It's just the way you looked at me. The disgust in your face. You said, "Well, really."
Okay? Like I tell you, we don't discriminate anybody in here. Okay? I'm so sorry if you feel discriminated.
No. It's not that I feel, it's that I was discriminated against. I would like you to promise me.
No. Motherfucker said sorry, and that's what it is. That's it. End of story. Move. I would like to promise. I ain't got. What are you, my mom? Shit, I don't promise shit to my girlfriend. Who the fuck you think you are? Promise me that. Yeah, promise me to suck my dick. Shut the fuck up and get the fuck up and move.
If someone was like laughing at you because you had a black coded name on your credit card and they thought that was funny, I don't think this would pass at all. If that happened to somebody who had, I don't know, if somebody was being spoken to in that way because of almost any identifier, I don't think that would pass. That would be laughed at. Now all of a sudden again, because trans people are a joke, they're a dispensable category of weirdos to these people. This is just inherently funny. Because, like, here's the thing, right? They aren't talking to this person and saying, I get it, but this is probably not a prudent way to go about this because this has after effects. You will get ridiculed by people who are able to spin this as something intrinsically ridiculous and funny. Not because you're wrong intrinsically. Based on the minimal information here, it's like there's a possibility. No. But recording this from this vantage in this way just doesn't work. It doesn't do the thing you were attempting to do with it. It is not going to have a positive impact. That'd be reasonable. They are, however, the ones doing the ridiculing. And they'll say afterwards, that's not all trans people. But they're not showing all trans people, are they? They're using this as a token example of a trans person being unruly. And the effect is that now all trans people who complain about a legitimate case of what's going on there are now going to be mocked by reference to that. Oh, you're just the person going, are you trans competent?
Listen, I think it's perfectly acceptable. If somebody gets whatever pronoun, just let them know. And then after that, if they correct it, whatever, just move on.
Exactly,
but
move
sitting here
on.
yelling with these people.
Promise me.
It just
hey.
does more damage to whatever you've. It's just a waste of time.
It already went way over.
They apologize, and you still push it.
Yeah.
Then it looks like, okay, this is something more than what it needs to be.
That's the thing.
They apologize. Keep it pushing.
That is everybody. Every community that's been ostracized, that's been you're gonna feel some type of way, and when things are gonna happen, you're gonna do a little bit more. That happens with black people and racism. That happened with big people, with fat people. That happened with trans people. That happened with gays. That person says sorry. Hey, sorry, but then that's not enough. You want more. No, I want you to promise. Okay, now that you promised, I want you to get down on your knees and tell me pretty please. Yeah. It's never enough at some point. And I don't
think they said get down on your knees. I think they were going to say something effective like, can you promise me you're going to be more careful about this in future or something? And that's perfectly fair. because the result of those people not doing that is that they are going to be horrible to somebody else of that person's description again. That's reasonable. That's completely reasonable. I think recording it was a mistake. I think recording that exchange as it took place was a mistake. I think assuming that there would be uptake based upon your perceived injustice of the situation is a strategic mistake. It actually speaks very poorly of us generally that it is a strategic mistake, that that's the state of things. But it is, and that would be a fair critique. But what they're actually doing is they are boosting a ridiculing of this person and their concerns, and by extension, other people like that.
Went through that shit. We went through that shit. We were doing the most sometimes, and I was like, "Yo,
here, let's see. Let's go back to this.
You're not being real with yourself right now."
Oh, hang on.
And if you do not understand that, sometimes that's how you get people to change their mind. Yup, crazy, isn't it? I know, fucked up.
Let's see.
And the person said sorry, move on. We went through that shit. We were doing the most sometimes, and I was like, "Yo, this is not solving anything right now." And the person said sorry, move on, or never shop there again. Vote and make people decide with your dollars. Once someone is gonna realize that you're not spending so much money on a place, they're gonna change their ways. And
yeah, I'm sure the retail worker is gonna change their attitude towards trans people because McDonald's or whatever saw a 0.00001% drop in their profits because somebody didn't buy a cheeseburger from that location that week. What are you smoking?
And that's it. Yeah, it's gonna be for the money. Sometimes that's how you get people to change their mind. Yup. Crazy, isn't it?
Yes.
I know. Fucked up, isn't
yes.
it? But I wanted to.
That's insane. You would have to be an idiot to think that.
To come from them. Yeah, but you cannot decide that for someone.
Okay, let's give it a sec. If you got a name like James Corden, people are gonna assume you're a sir.
And if you do not understand.
No, she made a very excellent point. Why would you assume that's her card? If this person is dressed up in makeup and a dress and earrings and whatever, and is obviously coded in that way, why would you presume that? And here's the thing. I don't suspect that they just misgendered here. I think what happened was she corrected them at the till, because she doesn't have the recording from earlier. It looks like the recording starts there talking with the manager. I suspect what happened was she corrected them and they left. I suspect what happened was she corrected them and they started snickering about it. So, really? Like that kind of thing. And maybe observed staff talk to each other about it. I've seen this happen before. I've had to explain to people at my university, for example, that you can't, for example, make comments about how like, oh my god, there's so many gay people everywhere. Like that happens. Have conservative friends in university in your first year? That'll happen sometimes. Like, I think what happened was she was treated dismissively, spoke to a manager, was treated dismissively then, and then started recording to demonstrate that she was being treated completely dismissively. That's fair. That's completely fair. And the only reason why I can see this as intrinsically funny is because she's speaking with a nasally voice. That's doing a lot of the legwork here. That's where the comedy is. This is an SJW with blue hair, right?
That I got a friend, she's a girl. Her name is Fred. Yeah, their parents named her Frederic. You cannot beat Frederic.
Because there was no one in the back seat. You don't know if there's nobody in the back seat when they're in the drive-thru.
You cannot be mad that your name is Fred and people think or assume that you're a guy. If you don't understand that, then you're being a bit disingenuous. You're not being real with yourself right now. Come on now, B.
That you will stop treating trans people this way.
How I'm treating you? I'm treating you bad? And I'm doing
your staff.
Your name and the credit.
Your staff. So the person who did this isn't there. So we don't actually know the event because that wasn't recorded. But I have a suspicion that what actually took place was some staff member was snickering about it. They found it funny that there was a woman with the name James. That is not the thought process that they would have had, but you get it.
Card, it's a feminine name?
No.
Exactly. They're not discriminating you.
Yes.
No,
they are.
They're not. Coming from a store.
No, they're not. Well, first of all, they are definitionally discriminating, but it's not like a bad thing they're doing by assuming "sir" when they're reading James. Generally, as a general rule, that's safe. But once corrected, what did they do? Once corrected, they go, "Oh, my apologies," and then continue. Or did they go, "But it says James here," because some people are dumb and they'll do that.
You get the reason why a store clerk is gonna ask you for is because they get frauded a lot. That's it. It's monetary. It's not trans or whatever. Most motherfuckers don't care. Yo, your name don't match. We get frauds out here. We want to see if it match.
If your name doesn't match, they ask for ID. That's how that works. They ask for photo ID. If your photo ID doesn't match, they tell you to take a hike. A discussion about whether you're a sir or a madam does not enter into this equation.
They're gonna sometimes ask you for ID. That's it. That's it. You trying to make a thing out of a thing that's not a thing.
Yeah. My sexuality, whatever it is, and I feel confident of who I am.
I'm not talking about sexuality.
That's what you're just telling me
You
right
don't
now.
even know what we're talking about. So how can you tell me I don't know what I'm talking about? We're talking about gender identity. You're talking about sexuality.
Okay, to me, I'm a male. Okay?
Okay.
So, what are you? So I can call you a sir or ma'am. What are you?
What would you assume looking at me?
No! 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 No!
Here, let's see here.
Let's go.
What are you?
What would you assume looking at me?
I assume that you're a man. Okay?
Why? At this juncture, remember in the conversation at this point, she has already corrected him. She has already said, no, she is not a sir. I don't recall a point where she said she's a woman, but she has not said. But she has said she is not a sir. That is the point of contention here. She was referred to as a sir, and then presumably some way in which that was litigated afterwards was inappropriate on the staff member's side, which is why she's talking to a manager. Having had this corrected, he, looking at her, says, yes, I would say you are a man based on how I look at you. That's not okay. It's also, bluntly, not a statement of fact. This person, especially in a drive-thru at distance, no way in hell. No, everything about her dress is coded feminine. The glasses are coded feminine. She's wearing lipstick. The eyebrows are plucked. Like, this is ridiculous. So they just crash and burn. Let's see if they're smart enough to realize it. I don't think that they are, but fingers crossed. Okay, if they say, you gotta get real, you're not being realistic about your appearance, then I think it's fair. They're transphobic. I think that's perfectly reasonable.
Oh, shit! Oh,
So don't do it, Abba and Preach. Don't do it. I can see it coming. Don't do it. Don't disappoint me. Surprise me in a positive way.
Oh, nigga!
Hey, listen, my girl. That
Well,
review
there goes monetization. Thanks, dipshit.
did not. I don't think you thought you're like, hey, you activated my trap card. No,
Everybody,
that was your trap card.
Everybody's going to jail. Everybody's going to the hell right now. Cause shit. I'm not looking. I'm not looking. I already looked once.
All right, let's
I'm not doing. I'm not doing this.
Listen.
You
No.
you
This is what I say. Who cares what people believe? Just ask them what if they ask you. What do you want me to call you? Just tell them so they can call you what you want to be called, and let's keep it pushing. Stop trying to change everybody's mind. Stop trying to make people see. Hey, listen. No. No, that's a no. That's just it's not happening.
You know what pisses me off?
This was your example, Kidology.
Is that that's not the majority of trans people.
Absolutely.
That's not.
Okay, their retort was just no. No. We know what that no means. The manager just called her a man after she corrected him. Said she looked like a man after she corrected him. That's not okay. If you're going to downplay that, if you're going to treat that as a joke, if you're then going to mock her appearance afterwards, yes, you're transphobic. Or at the very least, you're not any better than one.
Actually agreeing with Abba and Preach or by having a different opinion is really not where we want to be, I think, in politics, or at least not where the left wants to be insofar as...
I don't even think you know what the left is. I don't think you know anything about anything. I think your calling was scratching hairbrushes into a microphone for the ASMR clicks. I think that's your calling.
Persuading individuals insofar as doing the labor necessary in order to really get people on board with how it perceives and sees the world. The idea of being on the right side of history and instead of engaging in political discourse that may be uncomfortable, that may not be at least within your sphere of
The right side of history typically refers to, hey, who was targeting population X on bigoted grounds and who wasn't? That's what's being referred to there. It's not like, hey, my opinions are superior to yours, therefore you better agree with me, or we're going to bully you when we get to the White House. It's no. No. It's, hey, what's going to happen is eventually, as things unfold, the unnecessariness of, or the unnecessity, the lack of necessity for these prejudiced attitudes and behaviors, that's going to come to light, and you're going to look like a monstrous fool to people who come after. And that's true. That's true. We have to make apologies for people who were pro-slavery, who were who were anti-suffrage, who were like all sorts of things, anti-gay. We have to make apologies. Oh, it's time and place. Because they were wrong. And usually, by the way, we're being overly generous because often we are fixating on people who managed to become famous because they were liked for other reasons. And all of the people who were criticizing them in their time on those grounds, they're not remembered. Cortez's activities in the quote-unquote New World, heavily criticized in his time. Nobody talks about it. People on the right often will have arguments about, oh, it's just the morality of his own time. It's the morality of Columbus's own time. You know, famously pro-murder and slavery Christian religion, of course. That's not going to cause any problems. Human rights doctrine, of course, just sprouted out of the ground from nowhere.
interest or concern or within the kind of lived experience that you have, but is vital to good politics, is missing here. Rather than engaging with
You don't know what lived experience means.
the other side or with a different perspective, it is easier to just ignore it. And I think this feeds into my third point.
Well, they're not just ignoring it, though. These are people who are actually being aggressed on in public. This person was aggressed on in public. This person was being ridiculed in a public venue by the staff of a restaurant chain. She had already corrected him. She is not a man. despite what her credit card implies to his eyes. And she asked, do I look like a man to you? Or what do I look like? You look like a man. That's what she says. She doesn't actually say, do I look like a man to you? She said, what do I look like? She said, you look like a man. I could not honestly, if I didn't know like the particular history of this conversation, certainly just by judging from her face, I could not tell that that was not like a woman in her 40s, a cis woman in her 40s. I couldn't be able to tell. There are cis women who look exactly like that. There are trans men who look exactly like me. There are it's just ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. Like these people will live for decades and they just won't grow. Sargon of Akkad, he's in his 40s now. He's had over a decade on me. He hasn't grown in 10 years. These people don't change. They're not incentivized to. It's just a grift. They reach old age and they're just brainless.
Abstract identities. This is one that I personally resonate with when it comes to leftist politics. The left has always...
Oh my god, what was that God, that's so obnoxious. Look at this.
Points.
God, that was so...
Abstract identity.
This is like the most violently smug presentation I've ever seen. This person's just awful. She's just awful.
Entities. This is one that I personally resonate with when it comes to leftist politics.
This is one I personally resonate with when it comes to leftist politics. What is that? This is thumbnail materials, what that is. But like, what is that? You have the most unsophisticated understanding of basically every single thing you've touched on that I have ever seen. You speak with the smug self-assurance of being like a celebrated public intellectual. This is embarrassing. This is actually embarrassing. Like, the amount of self-delusion it would take to give this presentation is just insane.
The left has always had the potential to care, and the potential to care for more people than just one's immediate friends and family and community, but to actually care for individuals who go the world and beyond.
Care for individuals. You just spent most of this previous thing dismissing the entire category of trans people as being not sufficiently important to emphasize, despite the fact they're being explicitly targeted by legislation across all three of our countries, I guess, and far worse elsewhere.
I believe that we can make contact with other beings and other civilizations if we expand our consciousness. So
the online left doesn't care about people. It cares about abstract people.
No, you don't care about people or abstract people. You are an arrogant worm who is pretending to be far more sophisticated than you ever will be, going after people who annoy you because you have contempt for them, for an easy buck. That's what you are.
Based on my politicized identity, based on my personal identity, I would be...
President Sunday, how much responsibility do you think, quote-unquote, average person has to understand the nuances of leftist thought after being told once? In my opinion, things have to be explained a billion times to work. They don't have responsibility to understand anything. What you have a responsibility to is to comport yourself as a basically decent human being according to your own moral lights, and there is none that justifies operating in a position as a citizen of a state in your professional capacity, mocking a person based on their identity or based on their appearance. That's not within the realm of decency at all, and that is completely condemnable regardless of your politics. You can have a perfectly reasonable public conversation with a right-winger with transphobic views who nonetheless shows respect during that interaction. And by showing respect, I don't mean they're polite. Those are different things.
The poster child. I should be the poster child for the left, for the modern left.
Wait, what? Say it again.
abstract people. Based on my politicized identity, based on my personal identity, I would be the poster child. I should be the poster child for the left.
No, because the left is not the make the rich black YouTuber girl the leader based on you ticking off the boxes on Sargon's take on the progressive stack. The left is defined by an orientation towards institutions, not by who wins the oppression Olympics. That's not how this works, unfortunately. What that does is that gets you consideration in terms of your group identity as meriting some kind of recompense by the state or the society that targets you along those grounds or targets people who like you along those grounds, and as well as like for a course correction of those attitudes. This is what I mean by, like, she seems to be getting all of her perceptions of the left from right-wing pundits specifically, because she seems to have this conception that the left is dogmatically restricted to acting according to the... Well, according to what exactly? This person's black, we have to listen to her. But this person's black and trans, so she has the conch. No, this person is black, trans, and disabled. She has the conch. Oh, this person is black, trans, disabled, and identifies as a dragon. They get the conch. Like, that's not how this works.
For the modern left, I am a queer woman, I am black, I am a minority, I'm not even considered working class because I'm an immigrant. Abstracts are...
No, that's not how that works. You're not considered working class because you're an immigrant. You are probably a working class immigrant. That's not what that means. No, I'm sorry.
Convenient to care about, because abstracts, importantly, don't have to be engaged with. You can look at them from afar in your ivory tower. They're also simple to understand, and therefore you can group people and label them easily. And I think this is something that the left is very susceptible to.
No, I'm pretty sure this is something that the left specifically criticizes. The whole notion of masculinity, for example, that's precisely that kind of abstraction. That's insisting on the essentiality of certain norms of behavior on the basis of sex identity. That's an abstract person. That does not actually reflect reality. And its existence creates perverse incentives for people to approximate to it. Andrew Tate is able to flourish because that thing prevails.
It cares about abstracts because abstracts are convenient and understandable. The abstract black person is having to navigate their way through a jungle of microaggressions and racism in the modern world. The abstract white person is privileged, is unaware of the internal biases.
Okay, but when you're arguing about social policy, you're not catering policy to specific individuals. You're catering policy to groups of individuals because you can't do that to specific individuals. If you're trying to like target soft fuzzy things that are nonetheless very serious, like for example intergenerational trauma, the fact that the generations of other groups are coming from backgrounds where they are taught to be bigoted or prejudiced or dismissive of other people, which includes yours in that case. You kind of average it out. You make some judgment calls. Yeah, sure, one or two people are lucky. They don't have to deal with us on a regular basis, or maybe not even at all. But as a general rule, our society did something our society did something very bad to this category of people, and we have a bunch of people reporting after effects from it, and it's a reasonable speculation that this is broad, that this is something that takes place frequently in an unreported and soft fashion. This will have downstream effects that will result in a lower quality of outcomes for a lot of people, we should probably make some kind of intervention to correct this, since this is the result of a grave injustice. And then you have people arguing about, no, hang on, no, there's no injustice. Slavery and racism, that was years and years ago. Now it's just because, it's just a cultural problem. They're just not working. They're just not staying married. They're just it's just the minorities are becoming unruly. They're not and that's what it becomes. And then you have to explain, well, hang on a second. Why them though? If we've corrected for all these things already, why them? Why are we not seeing these same outcomes in white communities in a nearby area or whatever? Well, as it happens, they have an answer to that. And now all of a sudden, it becomes very abstract again. Now you get into debates about IQ. And now you get, there's a reason why there's a massive market for things like the bell curve.
That they hold. However, when we go to the personal level, things are very different. And when you are continually confronted with people either ignoring you because you don't subscribe to the abstract identity which they have bestowed on you, or when you are just ignored, or you are told that there's something wrong with you, not with them, or their perspective on such an issue, or their inability to humanize you, it is no wonder that individuals are moving to the right in order.
What are you talking about? Who? What? When? Where? You need to specify this. You can't just say this. A bunch of people are mean to you. Ugh. That's not a citation, Kidology.
In order to find some kind of identity and acceptance.
Being white, but also marginalized being a woman. So this.
Guys, I have no understanding of politics, okay? All my life, I just called myself a Democrat because that was the cool thing for my fucking friends to say. And then one day I went to college where there were gender-neutral bathrooms and I was too dumb to read the signs. So
I see. I thought this was a part of the video she was recording. No, that's the title there. Okay, so she does sort of cite it, just in a very not obvious way, which is frustrating.
Got really scared. Then there was a trigger warning, which for some reason bothered me. I don't exactly know why. If only there was a trigger warning that there was a trigger warning. And then they asked me to write about intersectionality, a very real thing that exists, but again, I'm too dumb to understand. What the fuck? Yes, you realize there's such a thing as having white privilege while that also intersects with marginalization for being a woman? You realize this is a regular thing, right? It's easy. I will explain it to you, okay? I'll explain it to you like you're a kindergarten, since that seems to be the brain capacity that you're running on. There exists a little thing called subconscious bias. We all have subconscious biases. Subconscious biases tend to privilege those who are white. Because white people tend to be the majority, more people are
Hunter being here is multi-layered irony. Yeah, indeed.
Familiar with white people, and hence tend to see white people as normal, essentially. There's already plenty of evidence showing that subconscious bias plays a role in helping or causing some people to literally perceive black people as being more criminal or more dangerous or scary or whatnot. So those are subconscious biases that, although are subconscious, they are not an intentional, malicious attempt at being racist. They do absolutely exist, and that results in downsides for people of color, hence leading to also privilege for people who are white. It's that simple.
Mutual humanization starts with talking to...
That wasn't dehumanization. That's using an ideal type to illustrate a dynamic. That's not replacing a human being with an abstract caricature. That's demonstrating a dynamic by reference to the qualities themselves, because those are the instigators of the dynamic. That's not saying that someone's particular history necessitates all those engagements. A black person who is born on a desert island because a plane crashed at one point, and they never encounter anyone but their immediate parents, isn't going to be suffering from those types of interactions because they're not in their experience, obviously. However, that doesn't stand as a counter to the fact that this kind of thing is endemic, that there are like systematic pressures that cause the reproduction of these types of interactions in a particular place. Hunter just explained that actually with remarkable cogency. I actually haven't seen him perform that well in a little while. That was good. I don't know why this is being paraded about as if it's some kind of own on Hunter, except for the fact that she obviously didn't understand a single word he was saying, and was just triggered by the fact that he was talking about intersectionality and trigger warnings. Triggered by the suggestion that there be a trigger warning for the trigger warning, ironically enough.
To one another. Because in talking to each other, that's when we humanize individuals, when we see them beyond merely the color of their skin, their gender, beyond their political identities, when we see them as nuanced individuals with different and varying opinions on a multitude of issues.
Oh, she's so slimy. Look, here's Destiny, famously nuanced on race issues, Destiny. Oh my god. This is just an ad campaign for her channel. She's just desperately saying, "Hey, I'm one of you. Give me views. Have me on. Sell me to your audience. Laugh at my bad jokes. Nod at my inane, incoherent ramblings."
And concerns, where we have to actually take the time, where we have to be patient in understanding them, in trying to get from A to B together. And this is where I get onto, I would say, the more debate sphere of the left online, at least what I see of the debate sphere. Because when it comes to politicized identities being prioritized over actual, real, authentic, individual identities, we get to a point.
Identities are being prioritized over identities. You know what an identity is? Give you a hint, it is not a catalog of every molecule that comprises your organism at this present time. It's an abstraction. It's a pointing. It's a sign. This is you. That's an identity. And your identity is going to take part in different layers of categories. You're going to be categorized. Your identity is going to reference your gender. It's going to reference, if you're in a racialized society, your race. It's going to reference your appearance. It's going to reference your age. It's going to reference your profession. It's going to reference your hobbies. It's going to reference your talents. It's going to reference your health, etc., etc. You can't have a conversation with someone who insists they know the answer to questions they have never even heard.
Point where, for instance, the left becomes obsessed with the past, particularly with making individuals in the present pay for the past.
No one's making individuals in the present pay for the past. People are making individuals in the present, as representatives of their states, as citizens of their communities, pay for the present. Because one of the things that happens when you tacitly consent to the rule of a government by enjoying its benefits is you take on the responsibility of that state to a minimal degree. This is a corporation of which you are a part, which you have chosen to be a part of. You've read Hobbes, you should know this. When you do that, you take on the responsibility, which is to say you consent to what that state does. If that state decides, as a result of a democratic process or otherwise, to start recompensing some of its citizens from its coffers or from wherever, based on its perception that it has done a wrong to them in the past and perhaps damaged its legitimacy or has in some sense hurt its own interests or whatever, maybe for some highfalutin moral conviction, I don't care, then you, by dint of tacitly consenting to its rule, by benefiting from being a part of that community, you have consented to that move. No one's being stolen from except the people whose legacies were taken from them by the pillaging action of the state which you are now identified with, by choice. And it is by choice. As you just said moments ago, you are an immigrant.
Without appreciating the nuance, the multifaceted nature of identities in the here and now. So I think the online left needs to really reevaluate sort of how it labels individuals, how it perpetually identifies, and I would say more than often misidentifies people based purely on a politicized identity, which is often just bestowed on people based on their physical appearance and attributes. Editing me once again. I recently watched what I think is going to probably blow up and everybody's going to cover, this debate between feminists and anti-feminists or individuals who are not feminists on Vice. It featured an incredibly diverse panel of individuals. I found this panel or this debate indicative of where the left is falling dramatically short.
It's getting personal. I don't want it to be
A lot
personal.
of us live in this space where we're told that our
Sure.
opinions don't count because they're not the right kind of opinions, and we're constantly shouted over and talked over regardless of what we look like, because there's one group in society that basically takes precedence, and it's frustrating. So yeah, of course, it's frustrating because when we try to talk about it, we get shouted down, we get told to be quiet, we get spoken down too as well. So
Okay, I
there's
think-
hostility there for plenty of women.
Let's try to make this an opportunity to speak.
You're
with
literally a
each
white
other
woman from
then.
Australia. You live in a bubble and you're pissed that voices that have been silenced forever finally can be heard.
As I've said, this is
The white women in Australia part is important because Australia is still stealing land from the indigenous people there. Just FYI, if anyone's unaware.
not good politics. This is very, very weak politics, and it alienates many people, many voices, and the importance of the very thing which allegedly we're all meant
But yes, I realize I'm not the one to say this, but don't laugh like a supervillain when you're on camera.
to be standing for, namely inclusivity. What I found interesting
Again, just because you're right doesn't mean you're being strategically wise, and making the right position look bad is a mistake. That does not mean giving undue concessions to the right wing or to toxic beliefs generally, but it does mean don't look like a Marvel villain.
about this panel was how one of the panelists, who most definitely was a leftist and identified herself as such, Yelda Ali, responded and reacted to...
You just commit a whataboutism? No, I'm substantiating the point. A white person in Australia is not in Australia because the political community of which they are part has a clean record. They are there specifically due to genocidal action. They are not themselves personally culpable for it, but for them to then advocate against actions taken by that state to rectify the situation to the extent that it can be, there's strong limits on that. You can't resuscitate the dead or give back a bulldozed territory in the condition it was before you did so. That ends up taking on a darker character than simply being being miffed that people who have that kind of thing foremost in their mind are not taking your sensibilities being offended when there's basically nothing in the way of consequences except you feeling a little miffed, ultimately. And that's not a justification for toxic behavior. People are actually toxic, and you see this a lot. A lot of people are arrogant and toxic in how they comport themselves in conversation with people, even when they're on the right side of an argument. And see, if Kidology was going to say something like this, I have observed a lot of people on the left behaving in a toxic manner, even when they're correct. It would behoove them to not do this, because to a general audience that has not already onboarded some essential positions that make their position clear, this makes their position look insane and vicious, and therefore will hinder people from learning more. That would be a fair critique. She doesn't say that. What she says is, the left is focusing too much on those silly-willy trans people. They're not engaging on the macro scale, whatever the hell she thinks that means. And you know, we really just need to acknowledge that the right wing is just, you know, they've got this in the bag when it comes to addressing the problems facing men in modernity and facing the working class that they are solely responsible for.
Sydney Watson. Now, you can think what you want about Sydney Watson or about Pearl. You know, that's not what's important here. What is important, I think, is how this individual, Yelda, responded to merely listening to two women expressing their personal experiences and their feelings about being white woman in modern society. Based on an interview which Yelda did with Vice a few years ago, she is an entrepreneur. She founded an organization called...
There's no discussing your age in the chat, okay?
Camel Assemblies. And I found it intriguing how she describes camel assemblies. What we have...
President Sunny, this is exactly my point earlier with the lady in the video. I feel like you were being inconsistent. Which point? How much earlier are we talking about here? I don't know what point you're referring to. This is we're going on to 5 hours. You're gonna have to be more specific.
We have suddenly, that is, in camel assemblies worldwide, is a whole bunch of powerful women.
What is this? The connector created a new platform for women. This is Yelda. I think this stripped the mask from people who attach themselves to their titles, and for people who don't really feel attached to their job title or description, it gives them the opportunity to be seen in the way that they want to be seen. And so what we have suddenly is a whole bunch of powerful women that are in a room together, but there's no take culture. There's actually listening and thinking honestly, okay, who is this person? What is their purpose? Okay.
That are in a room together, but there's no take culture. There's actual listening and thinking honestly, okay, who is this person? What is her purpose? So it seems quite ironic that this individual stands for listening, for women being authentic, sharing their fears, their hopes, their dreams, where they are in their lives. Yet when two women try to, irrespective of whether you like them or not, Pearl, for instance, was sharing how she competes at a semi-professional level in basketball, I believe, and how she doesn't believe that trans women should compete in women's basketball professionally.
I don't understand why you guys are so hostile. She's sharing her experience in a specific
No, she's
field.
sharing
And
I'd have to go.
No, she's not. She's a woman who's had an...
Again, like, she's really... This is the weird thing, too. Like, Kidology is really hung up on defending transphobes. Like, that's like the common thread throughout this entire thing. She really... I mean... savvy from a business standpoint, there's a market for that right now. But she's really, like, almost every single example that she's given of the left going overboard has in some way leaned on, they're prioritizing a trans person. They're getting mad at somebody for laughing at a trans person. They're getting mad at somebody for being transphobic and arguing for somebody to be excluded on really spurious grounds from institutions which everybody else in society is able to take part in unproblematically. That's a really big deal for Kidology. She mentioned way earlier in the video, she's an avid reader of somebody who quit The Guardian because she just couldn't handle being criticized for transphobia. She couldn't handle not being given like the privilege of handling specific issues on those grounds. Despite the fact that, of course, if she's given the privilege of interviewing so-and-so or writing about so-and-so. Somebody else is not given that one. Maybe she's not the most qualified. Maybe she's not the most nuanced. Maybe she's just not the best person for the job. But the fact that the transphobe in particular did not get the stuff that she wanted, that's an injustice. That's something the left needs to adjust course to accommodate. I think you are being uncharitable to her. She strikes me as a genuinely confused person. No, she's not confused. She knows what she's doing. She doesn't know why what she's doing matters. She doesn't understand basically anything that she's talking about, but she does understand that she has contempt for trans people. And when she says, no, this is very important, she's doing what a lot of people do when they say that, which is lie. She's doing this is the equivalent of, oh, Disney had a gay couple kissing in the background at the end of the last Star Wars movie that was failing. I guess it wasn't failing. Was it a financial success? Hang on, let me take a look here quickly. Rise of Skywalker, box office flop. Nope. Biggest grossing box office disappointment ever. Okay, so it did pretty well. Point is, though, it's an afterthought, right? They didn't really care about gay representation. Otherwise, they'd have a gay main character. It took them a hell of a long time to get to that point, and they only did recently. And the reason why is because they're wanting to play two games. They want to appeal to conservative Christians who will not allow their children to see the existence of gay people. And they want to appeal to a crowd cynically by going, oh, look, we're being progressive. We've got the first gay character on screen in a Disney movie. But they don't really care. That's what she's doing. That's what she's doing. At no point in this has she actually taken a stance in defense of trans people. Like, for example, trans people who are targeted by certain elements of the left, like certain types of communists, like people who are typically called tankies or whatever, this weird socialist nationalist thing that's coming up, like the Haas and Jackson Hinkle types, LGB, gender critical people that are quote unquote in the left, doesn't target them. It's just all like, hey, the trans activists, they're getting unruly. They're offending my sensibilities. They aren't letting the transphobes just take the stage. This is an open discussion. Nobody's actually being shut up. They're being countered and retorted to. Nobody is like tackling her to the ground and saying, you cannot say that. She's literally been brought onto television. Was this on television? This is she's been put on by Vice in front of a massive audience to make her case. She's got a megaphone right now. The complaint is other people also got to speak. She is arguing that she doesn't want trans women in women's basketball at all. If trans women are not in women's basketball, trans women lack a say in what happens in women's basketball. She's arguing the exclusionary position. She is being allowed, nonetheless, to air it in front of an audience.
Experience. You guys are so obsessed with your own experiences and your own existence, and yet when a woman is sitting here telling you, I feel as though this is unfair and this is compromising and this situation is not helping women, you guys are like, meh, meh, meh. But when you're like, I'm a black person that did this, 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 and this, then it's valid and fair and viable.
Sydney was sharing her experience of the #MeToo movement.
And her experience is insufficient to justify her stance. Which means that her stance has to have either additional arguments behind it, or it's motivated by something that is not reasoned to. It is motivated by bigotry against a category of person, and that's not respectable. And you taking personal offense that somebody who shares your bigotry towards a category of people being talked back to in a public forum in which she has gotten as much time to speak as everybody else, tough.
movement and about being a white woman. You could see Yelda's response. And in terms of this being something that represents the left, it is sad to see, and it is disheartening to see that in the face of being unable to debate, being able to engage with the other side, they are merely laughed down and reduced to their physical attributes as opposed to their individuality and individual experiences. Increasingly, this seems to be something that the right, in all its diversity, as I've explained, is far more proficient in doing. And this is definitely an area where the left needs to up its game. And we can see this just from the comment section of this Vice video. I'll link it down below for you to go and see if you'd like to.
Oh my god, really? You're not gonna show that? Alright. The Vice debate.
Barriers today. So we can
Okay, let's look at these. Comments are turned off. Well, that's convenient. Actually, let's see what she's actually like here. So, hang on. Are there timestamps? No. Oh, I guess we'll just have to find... Let's see.
Does mean that there is a certain value that we give to certain bodies.
Oh, here we go. This got loud.
We're going to have more of these difficult conversations.
I want to talk about transgender issues.
Here we go. Okay.
Should trans women be included in feminist conversations? How about in women's spaces?
Yes, they're women. What's the question?
Pearl,
Trans women are women.
So I want to come at this from the position of an athlete.
Oh, Jesus.
So I play semi-pro basketball, semi-pro volleyball. So when it comes to like athletic spaces, I don't think that trans women should be allowed into athletic spaces because I don't think it's a fair. I think as female athletes, we work.
Did you just catch that? Person on her left.
Athletic spaces, I don't think that trans women should
Watch the
be
person with the
allowed
white
into
hair.
athletic spaces because I don't think it's a fair. I think as a female
Raised her hand, nodded.
athletes, we work so incredibly hard for the.
She is literally just allowed to say this, uninterrupted. She's allowed to say this uninterrupted. So what this tells me, the fact that there's like hands up and nods going on, that means that the dynamic of this conversation is there are periods where she allows bickering on the floor, the moderator, and there are periods where, no, you get to talk. Now you get to talk. And you can go, hey, can I get to talk? She can go, yeah, you get to talk next. Cool. This person is not being excluded from the conversation. She is a part of the conversation. She is, in fact, monologuing right now. And the substance of her monologue is she wants trans women to not exist in a space. She wants them to be cordoned off and separated. For trans women and people who treat trans women like women or like people to be offended by that and to be dismissive in how they respond to her afterwards is within their goddamn right.
Little opportunity there is in women's sports.
Would this be a barrier for you?
There's no barrier. There's less opportunity in some industries.
That's what a barrier is.
There's less. It's not. No. It's
That's
based
what
on the
friction
market.
means.
Okay.
Hold
it's based
on, guys.
Okay. So.
She's shutting, the moderator's shutting them up to allow her to continue.
Yeah, we work very hard for the little opportunity there is in the space because we're not as entertaining as the men. Sorry, we're just not. And so it's like you're going to take the little opportunity that we're given. And the problem is, like, we can't compete. We can't. Like, I'm 6 foot. If I go up against a 6 foot guy and I play basketball with him, he's going to body me.
She's referring to trans women as a 6 foot guy.
And what happens if I go up against you?
Even if I have
That's a good point. So, who spoke there? I don't want to...
years more of training. And so it's like you're taking away the little opportunity that we're given and we all work so hard for.
Jesus Christ, it's obsequious. You see what I mean, though? Like the assumption undergirding this is just pathetic. This is kind of why trans-exclusive feminists are not really feminists ultimately, because what are they actually resting on? This notion of the inherent inferiority of women by reference to the previous categorization scheme.
Even to just read the comment section, because it's very interesting how even with Vice, which very much, at least you can see by the editing, was, I think, on the side of the majority panelists who were feminists.
Okay, do you think it would be a good thing if there was a 50-50 split on the panel between people who thought that non-white women should not be allowed to compete in women's sports, or that there should be racial cordonings off on those grounds? Is that really what this comes down to? You want there to be equal representation with bigots in particular. No other metric is concerning you. You're not concerned about, like, we don't have enough qualified experts on the panel. We don't have enough people with specific life experience on the panel. No, it's you want a 50-50 split between people who want a specific category of people ostracized and people who don't.
Who were very intersectional, really came out looking bad. I don't really know how to conclude this video.
They didn't look bad to me. You look terrible. You look terrible. You look stupid. You look arrogant. You look smug. You even look classist somehow. You look like you have nothing but absolute contempt for people who are trying to make a positive change in the world, unlike you. You look like you have absolute contempt for whole categories of people because trans people are just silly, I suppose, in your eyes. You look terrible. This was one of the most embarrassing displays I have ever seen. And well done. This is now you forever.
But I think what I said really comes down to the need for the left to realize its potential and to work in order to see that potential manifest itself.
Is to become a center that acts as a doormat for the right. That's what your proposal is. Which is convenient for you. It's great business, actually. Because you know for a fact that people with actual convictions and principles and actual goals are not going to do this. And you know that there are a lot of really weak-minded, selfish, stupid people who are just offended at being corrected by anyone, at being challenged by anyone, at having stuff that they are comfortable with be interrogated, who want someone to give them a license to just dismiss the people who are doing that. And that's what this is. This is a different flavor of Sargon going on about how stupid feminists are. You can go, look guys, I'm on your side. I'm one of the good ones. We need to be nicer. We need to be nicer to the Nazis. We need to give the transphobes equal representation. Even, though they're specifically vying for through extremely underhanded means, because they're not doing this in the marketplace of ideas like that Vice conversation was. They're trying to brute force through law, through mass propaganda, trans people out of schools, out of sports, out of a whole host of things. Even trying to cast them all as sex perverts and groomers and child molesters. In circles where that kind of discourse prevails, there are things in particular that you are licensed to do to sex perverts and child molesters and groomers. This is extraordinarily dangerous. You deserve every bit of scorn that is heaped upon you for this embarrassing dreck. We have been going for 5 hours, and I'm going to bed. Have a good night, everyone. Take care. Make sure to like and subscribe. I almost forgot. This is most important. This video asked a question. We have an answer.